Good morning, this is the Eager Beaver Show.
You are listening to a True North Eager Beaver Media Incorporated podcast. True North Eager Beaver podcasts are proudly brought to you by our founding sponsors, the Bevvy Mysteries from Corvid Moon Publishing, your source for science fiction, fantasy, and cozy mysteries featuring a broad diversity of characters. PsychicTarot.ca, book your tarot reading and unlock your spiritual journey. And the Pepper Master, hot pepper sauces made from farm-fresh ingredients to thrill your taste buds and expand your mind. Well, good evening and hello, kids and cubs, and welcome to a very special True North Eager Beaver show. I can't say it's the Daily Beaver Morning Show because it is at 10:30 p.m. where we are, but if it takes a long time to count the ballots before we're done, it might be the True North Eager Beaver very early morning show. Today, recording day is Monday, August 18th, 2025, and it is by-election night in Canada, or in Alberta specifically. Of course, Kids and Cubs, the reason why we are all here this evening, if you have joined us, is to look at the results coming in from the federal by-election in the riding of Battle-River Crowfoot. Of course, by-elections usually don't get this much attention, but this one rose to the level of national prominence because, of course, and obviously, the person who is the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada, the party being the official opposition, is in this race. And of course, the manner in which this race came to be also very unusual and even atypical. And some people would even say unacceptable. But the rules allow it, and as we say, sometimes not everything. Sometimes some things are lawful but awful, and this might be a situation like that. But all that aside, kits and cubs, we're political junkies here at the Beaver Lodge, and this is of pretty big significance for several reasons, and therefore we have been giving it a decent amount of coverage on our show. And we had promised that we would do a live results show tonight. And of course, as we like to say in politics, promise made, promise kept. Vote for the Beaver Party. No, there is no Beaver Party. I am your host, the Eager Beaver, pronouns he, him, hey, Mr. Beaver, hey. And not with me live is my good friend, Mr. Grizzly. But kids and cubs, we will have a Grizzly moment here because, as you know, Mr. Grizzly very much cares about the results of this by-election as well. And he took the time to record for us a little Grizzly Growl that we'll be able to show at some point this evening. So there will be some Grizzly content tonight, and I am very, very grateful for that. A big thank you goes to our podcast's founding sponsors, the Pepper Master, the Bevvy Mysteries from Corvid Moon Publishing, and PsychicTarot.ca. As you can see, kids and cubs, I got my Canada, I got my maple leaf here, so I'm ready to do this. I'm all in. All right. Hey, how is your mental health doing this evening, kids and cubs? For those of you who have been following me on the socials, your Eager Beaver has had a day Those of you who tuned in to watch our show this morning, unfortunately, did not get to see it at the regularly scheduled time of 7 a.m. because for some reason, we had, well, not for some reason, we had done a pre record. I can tell you that reason because this weekend was my father in law's 73rd birthday. And my beaver sweetie is, of course, in Romania, as I've mentioned before on the show. So that's me, left me to represent for both of us. And so I went there. Um, Interestingly enough, even though my beaver sweetie and I have been together closing in on 13 years, this was the first time I spent time with his family without him in all that time, uh, which is it was surprising when I came to think of it, but that was indeed the case. I had a lovely weekend. It was a lovely party. Of course, as always, surrounded by family and love and joy and laughter and good food, music, all that good stuff. So, I mean, how could it be a terrible time, right? So, absolutely fantastic time. But today, had a bit of a day and might tell you a little bit about that later or might save that for the show tomorrow. But this morning's show, unfortunately, even though we had a pre-record ready for you, for some reason didn't go off at 7 a.m. as expected. I woke up this morning, and as you know, sometimes when we have a pre-record, I join in the chat to watch with you so I can have some quality damn fam time. And looked at it and no show had started. And then yours truly tried his very best, being as low tech as he is. That's why one of the reasons I asked Mr. Grizzly to help with the show because he understands the tech stuff better than I do, even though I am catching up. I am learning some stuff, but I could not resolve the issue on my own. And then I found out that Mr. Grizzly had fixed it to have the show start at around 11:30 this morning, which it did, but then it cut off after 55 minutes. So anybody who was watching then didn't get to see the full thing, and I am so sorry for that. Fortunately, I was technologically inclined enough to be able to get it started again at 12:45 this afternoon, and it did go all the way through. So, kits and cubs, if you were looking for this morning's episode and didn't get to catch it or catch it all, it is now fully up on our YouTube page. So if you got cut off at 55 minutes, you can just join back in at 55 minutes and see the rest. And if you didn't get to see it at all, it is there. I do apologize. That was very humiliating and embarrassing that I was not able to deliver the show at the time that everybody had expected because you all make effort to gather at a certain time, and we weren't there for you. And so for that, I am sorry, and I am very sorry that I was not able to resolve it quickly. But we did indeed resolve it in the end because, if anything, we beavers are persistent. And so there is a show, and hopefully you get to see it. And hopefully, I know that anybody who was there in the live chat this morning, I got your indulgence, and you were all very kind. And I know that you were sincere about it, but I still feel a little bad about it. So, and, there's a difference between saying sorry in writing and saying sorry in person from your own voice. So I wanted to make sure that I got that done, even though I am fairly confident because you are all wonderful people that I already have gotten your forgiveness for that. And for that, I am grateful. All right. Uh, well, since we have a little bit of time tonight, because we have no idea how much good time it's going to take to count all those votes, let's take a little look into the magic monitor and let's see who has joined us this evening because this should be interesting because normally we do a morning show at 7 a.m. and not necessarily everyone is able to come in. So we might have some different names over the course of the evening. People who watch the show at a time other then we broadcast it live and may have an opportunity to watch a live show tonight with us. So maybe we'll have some new names. It's going to be a surprise. Let's find out who's here. We have Kit Uncover here, of course, and that's really great to see. We have Kit Lori Sue saying, Yeehaw! Good evening to you, and appropriate for the theme of this evening, of course, yeehaw, because we will be talking about Alberta. Glad that you are here. And some of you got here a little early. I remember when I programmed the show, and it's like, wow, some of the audience came. So some of you have been chatting for a while. We have Miss, who I know is not with us at this particular moment, but did pop in early to say hello and to be the first to smash the like button. Remember, if you smash the like button now, you don't have to remember to do it before you leave. But of course, um, she has already gone to bed, so I'm hoping that she's having pleasant dreams at the moment, and we will see her tomorrow. Who else do we have here with us, kids and cubs, for the evening? Kit Jen, of course. Light of my heart. Thank you so much for joining us. And who else do we have? Kit Grace, hello. Not didn't miss anything yet at the time that you put it, but the show's just getting started now. So hopefully you have your favorite bevy and snack close by, because who knows, we might be here for a while. And you are going to have some fun time together this evening. Let's see, who else do we have? Oh, well, this is a new name for us. I do not remember. Laughter 210. So there you go. That's a new name for me. Welcome to the Beaver Lodge. Pull up a log, stay a while. I hope you enjoy your stay. Let's see. Continuing looking through, of course, Kit Linda M, the original and the best. Hello, dear one. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. Oh, Mr. Wolf, Adam McGillivray here saying a good evening, everyone. And who knows, depending how late it goes, we might actually have him join in and come and pay a little visit here, because I always like what he has to say, and it's very convenient sometimes to have someone who lives in BC who can't join us in the morning. But when we do a special like this, I don't think he's never not answered the call, actually, when I've sent out the invitation. So thank you so much for always being willing to make the show better. It's love and it's real. You know, I appreciate you, and I am grateful for you. Who else do we have here, kids and cubs? Okay. There should be some new names here, because now these are the names of people that appeared after I started the show. So we have Kit, Cat McCO3. I do not know if CO3 is supposed to be a chemical thing. And if that is the case, then I wish my beaver sweetie was here, because he would be able to tell me what CO3 is. I know what CO2 is. But then maybe not. Welcome to you. Lovely to see you. And of course, saying welcome to me. How kind. Thank you. We have Kit Pierre with us. Not the Pierre that we talk about frequently on the show, but another one. A Pierre we like. The other Pierre, the good Pierre. Beef After Dark raises a pint. Thank you so much. I don't have a pint with me, kids and cubs, but I have a little bit of cider. So why not get a little start early, kids and cubs? If you happen to have your favorite bevy with you, why not raise it up and have a little sociable? Take a little sip. Got to make it last. As you all know, I'm a bit of a lightweight, so don't want to pack it in too quickly. Or else might be a different kind of show by the time we get done. Ooh, saucy. Okay. Who else do we have? We have Kit Kendra. Hey, hi, how are you? And saying good evening. Tonight's the night. Everything's going to be all right. Little Rod Stewart there. Thank you so much. Oh, wait a minute. Miss is here. Well, hello. Somehow I made it past 10:30, but I'm going to bed. Just wanted to say good night. Okay, then probably is good night then. All right. But hey, glad you lasted so long. Thank you so much. Who else do we have with us this evening, kids and cubs? Maybe we have some people from provinces west of Ontario. If that's the case, please let us know in the chat where it is you're writing from. We have Kit KP here says 8:30 MDT polls should be closed and numbers up, but all I see are zeros. Hopefully, after I say all the hellos, I'll be able to go onto the Elections Alberta website and if see something comes in. A lot of people have been saying that it might take a while for some first results to come in because, of course, the counting is different this time around as a result of the long ballot committee. It's not a ballot where people are marking an X, but people are ballots where people are writing people's names, so or even initials or something like that. So it might be some handwriting might be more difficult to decipher. There might be a little more of trying to figure out what people's intent are. So it could take a little longer to get some initial results coming in. But uh, in Canada, we are very fortunate to have one of the best election bodies in the world. And having worked at a polling station myself once in a federal election, which is something I recommend, or a provincial election, municipal election, whatever, but in this case, in a federal election, which is something I recommend everybody does at least once to get a sense of just how important it is for our fellow Canadians to do democracy and vote. It's really, it's long hours, but it is a wonderful experience. And you just go back home feeling energized and hopeful and positive about your nation and the people who live in it. So I recommend it as an experience if you haven't had the chance to do that yet. But yes, we have very dedicated here in Canada, and um, uh, professional, I can say, I know it's not a profession, but who hold the responsibility in very high regard and with a lot of seriousness, and therefore they are meticulous and deliberate and care very much about the quality of their work. And in that case, the fact that some results may be taking a little longer to come in may just be a sign of that. The fact that the people are putting so much care to make sure that the results are indeed properly counted and registered. Who else do we have? Kids and Cup. See, already the love from the damn fam here. Don't worry, Douglas. You're so good to me. We have Kit Donna here. Hey, good night. How you doing? Glad you could join us. We have Kit Tim joining us as well, saying, "Hey, strangers." Yeah, right, strangers. Guy's a regular here. Lovely to see you. Miss Blue Ocean, hey, joining us from the States. How are you? Hope that you are doing well this evening, and thank you for gracing us with your presence. So happy to have you here. Who else do we have? Okay, I see laughter again. Oh, a new name for us here that I don't recognize. Irish Lackey. Good evening to you. Welcome to the Beaver Lodge. Saying PP may win, but hopefully by not enough to save his leadership review. That is indeed a story that we will be following over the course of the evening to see what happens to him and whether or not the final result that will come in could uh, give us an idea this evening of what his political future may hold. And if he does want to remain in the position he holds, how steep the hill may be or not in order to maintain that, in order to get to where it is he wants to go. We have Kit J. Crick with us saying, "Evening, damn fam. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. And I believe you sent me a couple of good words today to pick me up when things were rough, if I'm not mistaken. So if that was indeed you, and I'm remembering that correctly, thank you. It did make a lot of difference, I have to admit. Who else do we have here? Kits and Cubs still looking. We have Kit, content provider. Hey, Chris Potter. Thank you. This Kits and Cubs, if I am able to tell a small tale, this is the gentleman who had been working on Sarah Spanier's campaign in order to make sure that we could have that interview. He was a joy to deal with. He made everything easy. I thoroughly enjoyed being able and having to interact with him in order to get that done. And he has helped us again this evening, Kids and Cubs, as you might see a little later. And I'm very much looking forward to that. And also, um, uh, we had a bit of a conversation, and he paid me a wonderful and beautiful compliment out of the blue. I was not expecting it, and considering the day I had today, it came at just the right time, and it gave me the energy I needed to prepare everything to have a good show for you this evening. Because, of course, as you know, I was in transit today, so I wasn't here all day to prepare everything. So gave me just that boost of energy to make sure that I was ready and had something for you. And sir, thank you. Like I said when we talked, your call could not have come at a better time, and there could not have been a nicer and kinder surprise. And I am grateful. So thank you so much. And I am glad that you're here. We have Kat. Ooh, I don't know. I cannot pronounce that, but I'm going to say Kit JSW Supra. And hopefully that will be all right. Saying good evening, everyone. Crossing my fingers and toes for a win for Bonnie. Well, see, now here's the thing. Now, see, you're not serious until you're crossing your arms, your eyes, and your legs. Yeah. It's a joke I make often on the show when I really want something. It's like, gee, I'm even crossing my legs and my eyes. But hey, we will take fingers and toes, especially toes. That's tricky to do. It's not easy. So we appreciate the effort. We have Kit Jillian with us saying, good evening, Damn Fam. It's lovely to see you, Kit Jillian. Let's see, who else do we have here? Ah, Kid, Kid Adam, Mr. Wolf says, got a dram at the dam. that is that is clever. I like that. I like wordplay. We also have Kit, the famous Sandhogs here. Hey, this is a new name for us as well. Welcome, saying this show is great. I love it. Just from us saying hello and doing the greetings, already loving it. Wait until we get into the content. You might change your mind then, but but thank you so much for joining us. It's so nice to have these new people here at the Beaver Lodge for the evening. That's why it's fun to do an evening show every now and then. You get to meet the other people that you don't get to see early in the morning. Kit Caprabone waving to us. Thank you so much. And Kit Caprabone, if I remember correctly, is joining us from Yukon Territory, where I think today was Discovery Day, which is a big celebration there. So if you have any thing to say about how things went down there, or if you did anything today, please let us know. It'd be very interesting to find out. I have no idea what happens during Discovery Day. I have to say, it's something that lacks in my knowledge of Canada. So I would love to learn more. So if you've got some things to share, please do. Yeah, we would all like to learn a little bit more about that if they don't know already. Kit J. Craig saying, love you, Douglas. The love is real. Trust me. It's mutual. Thank you so much, friend. You're good to me. Who else do we have here? Oh, Kid Vim. Hey, lovely to see you, lovely lady. Thank you so much for choosing to spend some time with us. Wow, there are a lot of you here. Breens are here as well. Hope it's both of you. So thank you so much for joining us. If it's just one of you, well, then hello to you, and please give my best to the other. Of course, I don't know which is which. It's always a mystery. Ah. Who else do we have with us? So far, I'm seeing names repeating. All right. And that, I think that's the end of the list there. So that's who we have with us today. Thank you so very much for joining us this evening. I'm very excited that you're here. And while I'm here, I'm just going to take a little look at the Elections Alberta site, because I did promise. Oh, no, wait a minute. Elections Alberta. I don't need the Elections Alberta site. What am I doing? I need the Elections Canada site, right? Because this is a federal by election. Look at me being silly already. All right, there we go. Okay, So, yes, Elections Canada site, I'm here. It does say that there will be an adapted ballot for this by-election. Learn more here. So that's some very good stuff from Elections Canada, uh, because making sure that all the information was there for them with that. So changes to the ballot for the by-election. They said, yes, the ballot for the Battle-River Crowfoot by-election will look different from the ones electors and candidates have seen in the past. This is due to a higher than usual number of candidates and limitations of the large ballots that have been used in some previous elections. Elections Canada has created an adapted ballot that is similar to a special ballot on which electors write the name of the candidate they are writing for. This adapted ballot will replace the typical list-style ballot on which electors mark a blank circle next to the name of their candidate of choice. The adapted ballot will retain the safeguards of a typical ballot. As an exceptional measure, Elections Canada is sharing a sample of the adapted ballot to help improve the accessibility of the voting process. So again, Elections Canada, there's a reason why it's one of the premier bodies in the world and everybody calls, because they make the information available, and they are very good at explaining what they do and why it is they do it. So that is absolutely, I'm glad for that. We are very fortunate indeed to have Elections Canada here and running our stuff. We always know that we have good results and a very clear process when it comes to that, and that's always helpful. Okay, live elections results. Just giving a little click here. There are some results in already here. So I'm just going to put it up on the screen so that everybody can see it. And let's see if I can do it this way. And that might allow everybody to see at the same time. Let's take a look at what that looks like. Okay. Yep, let's try that. Or how about this? That's too small. You won't be able to see anything. Is that big enough? That is not big enough either. Okay, so then let's just do it this way. Let's just give you a full screen. So as you can see, very early on here, kits and cubs, we have, we'll see, this is the whole list, as you can see. It just goes on and on and on. So a lot of these independents here are are from the Long Ballot Committee protest initiative, and then there were a couple of actual independents, legitimate independents in the race, and this is the reason why we were talking about it on the ballot, like Kits and Cubs, that the Long Ballot Committee made it harder for actual independents because you don't know which are long ballot and which are not unless you actually went to the list of people who were registered and saw who their agent was, and because all the long ballot committee candidates have the same agent. Um, so if we're looking at, there are some of the long ballot committee candidates that have started getting that have gotten at least one vote. There's one vote for the Marijuana Party candidate, Kenneth Kirk. Two votes for the oh no, two votes for the Marijuana Party candidate now. Four votes for the Libertarian candidate, Michael Harris, who people got to see if they watched the forum from Camrose, I believe it is. The Christian Heritage Party candidate, Jeff Worlton, who was also at that candidate forum. Green Party candidate Ashley McDonald. Both of them have six. So Jeff Wilton and Ashley McDonald have six votes at the moment, and they were present. The People's Party of Canada candidate Jonathan Bridges has 13. The United Party of Canada candidate Grant Abraham has 43 votes so far. He's a little more on the right side. Because maybe not as right wing as People Party of Canada, but still pretty right up there. We have Catherine Swampy, the new Democratic Party candidate, with 59 votes. The Liberal candidate, Darcy Spady, with 108 votes. And we have Bonnie Critchley here in second place with 217 votes. And of course, Pierre Poliev in first place right now, 2,856 votes and 85.9% of the vote at the moment. Of course, these are preliminary results, and I'm trying to see. I think I have to go all the way down to the bottom of the list. Yes, that's only 10 out of 286 polls reporting 3.5%. So far, voter turnout is 3.88%, 3,325 votes cast at the moment. And unfortunately, see, now this is one of the things, for example, if I want to see how Sarah Spanier is doing, who also granted us an interview. So far at this moment, one vote for Sarah Spanier as the evening begins. And of course, we will be checking in regularly with those votes tallies over the course of the evening to let you know how things are progressing. Of course, as we mentioned, some of the storylines here. People were wondering if an upset was possible because Bonnie Critchley did manage to um, capture a moment and get a lot more coverage than an independent candidate typically gets in an election. But still, um, uh, if you're an independent candidate, it really is a tough road to hoe. So, um, hope there was always the hope that there could be an upset, and for those, of course, who aren't particularly fond of Pierre Poilievre, but for those who had the sense that yes, probably Pierre is indeed inevitable as the winner this evening, the question then becomes, well, he'll win, but by how much? And as we know, Damien Couric, the Conservative Party of Canada candidate that was just elected and abandoned his seat, just decided, nope, don't want this mandate anymore here. I'm just going to hand it over to this guy 6 months away from his pension, um, which is a little interesting. Let's just say that that kind of choice would be made. Um, Well, he's gone, and the question then becomes, well, will Pierre actually meet that 83, no, that high vote threshold, or will he fall behind that? And what implications will that have at the end of the day for his leadership review coming in January? So that has been a sort of overall narrative. Um, Based on people that I've talked to who have a little bit of sense on the ground, this could be an evening where a certain number of candidates take, um, rather than being one against another, it could be one against a smaller pack, which means the one, which would be Pierre, does win. Uh, but with the smaller pack taking enough of the vote collectively to bring Pierre a little bit more down to earth. So that's the narrative that we're going to be looking for this evening to see if the combination of Bonnie Critchley and Darcy Spady, Catherine Swampy, Grant Abraham, Sarah Spanier, and all of them, if one person takes, 15% or 10%, and another person takes 6%, and another person takes 3, and a couple of them take 2. When you add them up together, uh, that eats in to the margin that Pierre, uh, the margin that Pierre would have between him and the result that Damien Kirk got just a couple of months ago. According to 338 Canada, projections were kind of showing for a 73 percent total for Pierre. That was not based on any polling that I can think of, and I asked around again some contacts that I have. Not sure if any actual polling was done. Um, One of the reasons for that is because polling is expensive, and if everybody says it's pretty much certain that he's going to win, then there's no point in really spending that money in terms of doing that. So it was more of a projection that was being made based on trends and mathematical models and other things of the like. Since we saw the 73%, it has gone up a little bit. Kits and cubs. Here we see the latest model. This would be as of the 17th. So yesterday it was showing 75%. So a little uptick in the closing days. They were looking at 10% here for the Liberal candidate and 4% for the NDP. So that's the targets. There doesn't seem to be a number here for the independents on the popular vote projection. I'm pretty sure they don't think that Bonnie Critchley will come out with 0. So they must have, again, this is a projection and not a poll. So that's why there's probably not a line for Bonnie Critchley, because how can you project for what an independent, when the independent wasn't a factor last time, will do if an independent happens to capture a bit of a moment? It's an unknowable, and trying to plot a number on a chart for that would probably be risky and based on nothing actually tangible. So when you're looking at these numbers, because if you're doing polling, the number that you come up with, that's your polling company's reputation. So rather than indicating, inserting a number for Bonnie Critchley and Sarah Spanier and other actual legitimate independent candidates, one will often make a choice to leave that blank in such a way in order to uh, just admit what you don't know. All right, kids and cubs, we have a guest with us, and I'm so happy that this is the case. A return guest to the Beaver Lodge. We have a very short amount of time because this guest is very, 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 very busy this evening. But kids and cubs, if you would, please put your paws up and give a big round of enthusiastic applause for independent candidate for Battle-River Crowfoot, Sarah Spanier. Hello.
Hello.
I'm just going to make it a little bigger. There you go. How are you? How's your mental health this evening? How nervous are you?
It's good. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, it's good. It's there's only so much I can do, right? I just kind of have to sit and wait.
That's the hard part, isn't it?
It is. But I have 2 votes so far.
Woo! I unfortunately can't say that one of them is mine because I was not allowed.
one of them's mine.
Good. That helps. And hey, you don't know if yours was counted yet. So that might be that way to come. So at least 3, right? Maybe, potentially. Oh, Sarah, it's such a joy to see you. We recorded we aired it a little after we had recorded it, but it's been, I think, maybe close to another 2 weeks now since. How have been those final 2 weeks on the campaign for you?
They have been honestly really, really good. I'd say that they were different than how it initially started, because I started to get more from PR supporters, more than we're realizing, hey, maybe he's not who we want.
Okay.
And like I had a whole day where I was talking to people, and every single one of them was like, yeah, maybe we should change from Pierre. And I was like, that's never happened before. So
okay, what do you think brings on that change of the mood on the ground?
I think a lot of people are realizing that he is using us. There are a lot of people who don't realize it yet, but I think more and more people are starting to wake up. There was a statement that he put out saying that he would be spending most of his time in Ottawa. Shocker. But like, I think people are actually realizing that he is just using us. So
Speaking of that, I haven't been able to confirm it, but there is a possibility that he might not even be physically in the riding this evening for the results. This is what I've heard out there. I haven't been able to confirm it. I haven't seen too much press about him, well, press from him today. So I'm not sure if, um, let's put it this way. If he decided to already go back to Ottawa, I certainly wouldn't be seeking press today for that to be well known.
I
So,
agree.
yes.
I did see one article that said that he was in Camrose, but it was hard to find. So
He could have been at Camrose at 9 this morning.
he could have been. Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if he wasn't here, but
Yeah. Well, it's something that we'll probably never really know unless somebody from the inside decides to spill it at some point.
yeah.
But it wouldn't surprise me if he wasn't. Let's just put it that way.
I wouldn't be shocked either.
Yeah. So how would I put it? Now that you've done all the campaigning and what you have to do is wait. I don't know if it's too early yet to sort of look at things with a view of hindsight and some introspection, because after a hard campaign, you probably will want a couple of days to breathe, all that kind of stuff. But as best as you can now, what did you learn about yourself?
I learned that I am a lot more resilient and patient than I thought I would be.
Oh.
And I learned, you know what, believe it or not, I learned that I do hold way more conservative values than I initially realized.
Okay.
So I'm even pushing myself farther to the right than I initially realized through going through this entire process. So, but that is for me seen fiscally, not socially. I'm still leaning left, but
Okay.
fiscally, I feel like I'm much more right wing than I was going into this.
Interesting. Please say more.
I mean, I just like when you really, really start to dig into the numbers in the budgets and where money's left and everything, it's not hard. It's really, really not hard. You can find the money, it's there. You can cut money, like Pierre's $8 million in expenses. Like, the money can be used elsewhere. The money for this by-election, it costs something like $22 per voter. Like, that's, if you add that up, that can go towards so many different things. And
Yeah.
it's really frustrating when I can see how easy it is to fix the issues, but nobody's taking it seriously.
Why do you think that is?
Because I think they're in it for their own financial gains, or gains in, maybe financial is not the right way to look at it, but some type of power gain. Because I've said it on the campaign before, and I'll say it again, I don't think either side, either party is completely innocent, and I don't think that they fully call themselves out the way that they should, because then they lose the perks on their side as well. So it's like, I feel like it's a balancing act, and I feel like it they only work 130 days a year in the House of Commons for the amount of money they make. Let's work a little harder, or let's take a bit of a pay cut. Like, we can do more. It's just frustrating.
Okay. Now, when we talked, one of the things that stood out about your candidacy is that you weren't just running, but you had one or two bills already sort of written or in the works. And one of them, I believe, if I remember correctly, was the Affordable Food Act?
Yeah, the Affordable Food for All Act. Yeah.
Affordable Food for All Act.
Yeah.
After the candidate forums, whatnot, did you hear more on the ground from the people about that?
I did. And a lot of people, both local and also non-local, said that they do think that it's a really, really good idea. Once I explained that it wasn't necessarily like a government controlling grocery prices things, like it would be like an independent third party running this, I think a lot of people kind of took to understanding that it was something that would actually help people. And in another bill that we were kind of working on, which I would love to bring these to the light of day if possible, was one based off an income tax relief, and that would have given people in Battle-River Crowfoot about $1,500 back a year, based off of like taxing corporations who are making profits at just a tiny little extra amount. Could be seen as money back in our pockets, but it's there. It's easy to do.
It surprises me that it's that much.
Right? And I mean, the median income here is only $50,000. So $1,500 is huge.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Wow. How did you discover that was that amount?
So we had run some calculations through some different software. And I mean, numbers are not my strong point, but I did have them fact checked. So
Okay.
I do want to say that. And it's kind of based on your postal code. So the more rural you are, the more money you would save. So it would kind of be like a rural tax break.
Okay. Yeah. Interesting. Huh. I wonder how, I know you can't answer that, but I'm just wondering why we didn't get any sense of that nationally when we were just having all of that debate during the time that inflation was going up a little bit and people were trying to attribute a whole bunch of different reasons for the cost, the increasing cost of food, but nobody ever mentioned that angle at that point because that would have been some information that would have been very handy to have at that time because we might have been able to take some different kinds of actions at that point.
Yeah, it's disappointing. It is, because like I've said, I think the solutions are there and I don't think they're hard to get. And I think that we're just kind of twiddling our thumbs, hoping for something to happen.
Okay. On the ground, I saw on your socials that you did get to spend a little more time with the Liberal candidate, Darcy Spady, and that you realized
Yes.
that you might have had some certain things in common and gained some a different perspective on some of the candidates. And I don't know if he was the only one, if there were more, but yeah, if that's the case for him specifically, what happened? What was that day or that moment like, and how did your view change? And are there any other candidates that happened for you?
I have actually had mainly positive interactions with almost all of the candidates, even the
Good.
ones that we don't agree with completely. And Darcy, I think Darcy is such a genuine human being. He was so quick to come out and denounce the threats against me when that first came out.
Mm.
And you know, if you see any interaction we have at either of the forums, you can see us interacting with each other. And, you know, he was very regularly like, oh, good job. What you said was really, really awesome. And everything he does with so much empathy and compassion. And he has agriculture knowledge behind him. He's got oil and gas knowledge behind him. Like, he would be such a good candidate for this area. And, I genuinely believe that if he had run under a conservative banner, I think he would have won no problem.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad. Do you have any other candidates that you can talk about?
I have so much respect for Catherine. She's another one who's been absolutely amazing. Ashley McDonald, the Green candidate, he has been amazing. I've even had decent interactions with both Grant Abraham and Jeff as well. So even if, as we go farther right, there's been nicer interactions there as well. So yeah.
Oh, cool. Because I'm asking you this not to not take attention away from you, but when we did our interview, one of the last questions I asked you, right, is after your experience of this, regardless of the results tonight, again, not sending any bad juju, if you are not ultimately the winner tonight, if campaigning had sort of given you the bug and you would be looking to do other things or further opportunities, and you enthusiastically said yes. So the reason I'm pointing it out is that to let people know that those candidates may also want to do that. And so if there are people from Battle-River Crowfoot watching, to know that if you didn't select that candidate this time for this position. There might be a school trustee position or a municipal council position or something else coming up where they'll know at least that these are quality people who care enough about the issues and would do that. And of course, I want your name to be included in that as well.
Yeah, I fully agree. And it's unfortunate because some of them don't live in the riding, so they can't run here. But I do know some of them have plans to run locally where they are. So
Okay, good. Okay, I just want to make sure, because I know that you have another media availability after this, and I don't want to make sure that you have enough time to take a breath and maybe get a glass of water before we run from one from the other. Given your experience, because on the show we say democracy is something that you do, and we often encourage people to run for something because we often say, you might be the change that you are looking for. Based on your experience, what advice would you have? And I'm not saying running federally for your first time is very ambitious.
a little bit.
Yeah. So, but you've done the tough one. So I'm sure that you've picked up a lot of lessons. If anybody was sitting at home and, wherever they are in Canada and thinking, this is not right. I wish somebody would do something. Well, why not you? What have you learned about the process? What would you advise someone to starting out? Let's say they don't know anything about it like this. They just want to do it. What lessons learned do you have?
I think a big thing is researching obviously what you're getting into and knowing the costs that can go with everything.
Okay.
Fundraising is I the entire time I've hated asking for money and all that stuff. It's been super awkward. And that has been a hurdle personally for me. But I think another thing is also realizing how you can stand on what you say and you can be true to yourself, and you should be your true authentic self. But people are still going to hate you regardless, and you just need to brush it off. Like I can literally offer everything you need on a golden platter, and I'm just completely dismissed. Some of the conversations you're going to have are going to be really, really hard, but other conversations you're going to have are going to be so eye-opening and so amazing. And regardless of what happens, if you have a positive attitude about this whole thing, it's going to be a positive outcome for you. So,
okay. So you said two things that I want to just ask you quickly, and then I will have to let you go. You said that some of the conversations you have will really open your eyes. What's the thing that you didn't know that was like a blind spot for you that somebody opened your eyes to?
I think the big thing that I realized is how much miscommunication and how much different communication styles are really pitting us against each other.
Oh.
Because at the end of the day, I truly believe the left and the right want the same things. We just can't communicate with each other appropriately. And if you can break down those barriers, you can get through to both sides in a way that they'll understand. And that's something that I want to continue to try to work on. But that's been something that's been really, really interesting.
Yeah. What did you change to your communication style if there was somebody like further away on the spectrum from you along the way over the course of the campaign, like where you started off and then where you ended up?
So I find that, I am an empathetic person, but I found that I needed to be more empathetic and I needed to listen a little bit more and kind of decipher what was being said. Because a lot of it is just using different words for wanting the same things. People who are far right are going to talk more about freedom and stuff. Those are words that we know we're going to see. Whereas like, yeah, I mean, we all want freedoms. We all want our rights, right? Like it's just different language. And instead of yelling at each other, if we can kind of break that down, we're more likely to compromise and communicate better.
Oh, okay. I like that. Okay, I like that. Yeah, I could see that because people have their own vocabulary and their own sort of perspective from which they're coming from things. So, one person could be talking about freedom, and then you can say, well, these other things are also freedoms
Mhm.
like this. So if you frame uh, the more empathetic issues that you have in terms of freedom to have this or to do this, then you might have an avenue with which to connect with someone because they might want that freedom too.
Mhm.
Huh.
Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely certain things that I say that I don't want to dismiss. There are certain moral values and stuff that on the farther right that I am not okay with. I would like to be very, very open about that
Right.
because I'm very much a supporter of human rights, diversity, inclusion, all of that. But I think when I speak about this, it's more in like an economic future of the country type view.
Okay. Okay. Excellent. And then the second thing I wanted to ask when we were talking about people entering politics, um, having to be aware of all of those things, costs and, wanting to know the issues and all that kind of stuff. Um, what was the thing that popped up along the campaign for you and you turned around and you went, oh my, uh, I wasn't ready for this. Now, I know the obvious one is, you know, all the stuff that led to you having to talk to the RCMP and all that kind of stuff. But aside from that one, because that's big, what was the thing that, ooh, I'm, I'm not ready. I wasn't ready for that.
I would say the first forum in Camrose.
Okay.
I think that was my big moment. When I go back and watch it, I'm just like, I say you guys so many times, and I know that we talked about it, but that's like haunting me.
Mine is like this.
See, it's just like it's I it's forever in my language now that it's been pointed out, and I'm never gonna. It's gonna bug me forever now.
The first sort of year of shows. So I'm talking. So this law, like this, and we're going like this, and I'm like, oh my god, I have to stop saying like this. And then I'm
Right?
like trying to deliberately talk more slowly, right? So that I don't need that or that like this filler. I figure if I talk more slowly, then I have more time for my thought to come. But it's so hard because sometimes you get excited and passionate about stuff, and then you just like loop right back into it.
Yes, yes, you are speaking my language.
I I feel you because I tell you the first few shows where I watched myself after, it's like, oh my god, I'm horrible.
But hey, we got to learn and we get better, right?
Right. So I saw an interview that you did. I think it was after the Stetler one, where you had commented yourself that you felt that you had improved from your first one. Um, what did you notice?
I noticed that I was a lot more calm and my words were more articulate. Obviously, it wasn't perfection, but it was also a smaller crowd, which kind of helped. And I felt like there was a little bit more command of the room. Definitely didn't have Damien just staring me down the entire time, so that really helped.
Okay. Yeah, that must be weird.
Yeah, but I mean, I did the same thing to Pierre, so like I can't I can't sit there and act innocent.
Okay. Okay. I like that. I like that. You know what? I like that honesty because I'm in no place to judge.
It's still weird, but I'll own up to doing the same thing.
Oh, Sarah, thank you so much for taking some time to join us. I think, yeah, this is the time I do have to let you go. So you have a little bit of time to gather up for your next one. Um, I am so glad that you reached out to us. I'm so glad that your team was able to make this happen. Thank you for being able to come back as well this evening. I'm so grateful that you had some time. I do hope that you get a good result. I'm sending you all our good energy. The chat here, the kits love you. Because
I love all you guys too. I'm reading them as we're
okay,
talking.
you get to see them. Okay, good. I was hoping that you would see them. And, regardless of the result, I hope that once you finally get to rest and catch your breath after all of this, that you feel very happy and positive about your experience, and that you will still be as energized or even more than you have already said that you are. And that the next thing that you take on will be absolutely something that you will ace. And when you do, please come back, because you always have a home here.
Pinky promise, I will.
All right.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right. Bye.
Okay, bye.
Ah, the lovely Sarah Spanier, Kits and Cubs. So glad to have her here. How can you not love someone who has that type of energy? Right? I'm sure you all felt it as soon as she came on that camera, that big smile and the happiness and the joy. That's, a happy warrior in politics. There's a lot to be said. I know in the chat when we do our morning shows, I think I'm thinking of you, Kit Sharon, when we talk about Wob Canoe. Everybody's like, yeah, Wob, Wob. Well, that's, he has that happy warrior sort of vibe too. Susan Holt has that happy warrior vibe. And we like that. We like that in our politics. So hopefully, Sarah, like I said, Sarah will stay in the game. It looks like she will. But other people, if that's the type of personality that you have and you think, oh my God, politics is too hard for me. No, there's a place for you, right? If you're your authentic yourself and you own it, and, yes, a little bit of a thick skin because it is politics, there is room for you. There is room for nice people in politics, Kits and Cubs. We do have another guest with us today, another return guest to the Beaver Lodge. I think he is super swell because you gotta love musicians, and musicians who can do math. Well, music is math anyway, but if you ask a mathematician, um, great guy, can tell us a lot about numbers, but also deeply, deeply, deeply engaged in this community. And as we say, our resident and favorite foul mouthed economist. Please, Kits and Cubs, put your hands together and a big round of applause for Mr. Dave Gray. Welcome to the Beaver Lodge, my friend. How are you? Oh my God, looking great in blue. How are you?
Douglas, thank you. I am well. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear, my friend.
Perfect. Good. I thought I would put some of my artworks behind me
Nice.
to, demonstrate my love of this province. These are part of my Alberta iconography series, because you got to do something when you stop working as an economist.
Okay. So you're an economist, you're a musician, and you're a painter.
And a writer.
Is there anything you don't do?
I cook, I clean, I'm pretty handy. I do a lot of woodworking. No. Geophysics, because there's no money in geophysics. I feel so bad. Many of my friends, because I went to the University of Calgary, and honestly, I was expecting a job in the oil industry, the same as everyone else in my era, just in time for a crash in oil prices. And so I ended up in the electricity industry instead. I have friends who went through geophysics at great expense and trouble, and it's just a horrifically complicated degree, only to be replaced by some of the very first artificial intelligence that was much better at picking out oil-bearing anomalies than they were.
Jeez.
So
Ouch.
yeah, big shout out to my friend Bob Parney if he's out there. Amazing individual. Could type 200 words per minute. He was a classically trained pianist, and he
Dang.
played in progressive rock bands. So if you're a fan of the Dixie Dregs, he could pull off all of their keyboard material, which is like Flight of the Bumblebees, sped up some.
Wow. I got to maximums, I think, 60 words per minute, and that's where I peaked.
I
I
peaked at
can't
about
imagine
60 mistakes a minute.
Sir, what are your overall impressions of what has transpired over the past few months?
Well, it seems that Mr. Polyev has kept about the same percentage, or perhaps even a bit more, than the fellow who resigned to allow him in, which tells us lots about the, I guess, the outlook of those voters, and also the effectiveness of the various media and social media channels, right? If you watched only Twitter, you would have thought that it was neck and neck, right?
Right.
Between Bonnie and Pierre. But there was a lot of money behind Pierre, and money buys you access to the algorithm. And so I find it interesting and frightening at the same time how effective social media applied artificial intelligence and artificial intelligence enabled methods, the Cambridge Analytica stuff, just how effective that is at seemingly divorcing people from their interests.
Indeed. Yeah. What was your impression? How would I put it? My take when it comes to what happened here is, if you get elected to be the leader of your party and you don't have a seat yet, and then there's a by-election that opens and you run in it, like happened for Mark Carney, for example, that's one thing. If you've been in an election and you were rejected, as getting either someone voluntarily, as Damien claims he did, or getting someone to resign a seat somewhere else and then giving yourself a do-over is a whole
Douglas,
other thing.
my dear Douglas, if it's
I'm
within the
innocent.
rules,
I know.
let's be thankful.
Okay. Please say more.
They're doing something that's outside of perhaps the norm,
Right.
but well within the rules.
Right.
It doesn't take a long glance southward to see what happens when you have a party that does not even accept the rules as, an impediment to victory. So
Okay.
if at least they're playing by the rules,
Yeah.
I'm not going to say a thing.
Okay. I could take. Yeah, I could see that. I understand that perspective. Okay, I mentioned at the beginning of the show, it's lawful but awful, but it's still
Lawful
lawful.
but
And it
awful is a
could,
lovely way to put it.
yeah,
But
but it could be something else. They could have taken another path, I guess.
there's a lovely book that was formative in my education by a guy named Manker Olson, who looked at all of the Eastern European economies after the dissolution of the Soviet Republic, and wondered to himself why some worked and why some didn't. And the ones that worked, the Baltics, Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia, all of them prospered in large part because they they all, in one way or another, took on two characteristics of Western democracies. One is strong personal property rights.
Okay.
The other is rule of law. Those two things are necessary to have a thriving country, because without them, you're forced to limit yourself in transactions to only people you can really trust, right? You
Mm.
rapidly break down the social lubricant of trust that allows us to be efficient in transactions and in innovation in particular, right? So if anyone can steal your innovations, you get no innovations.
Mm. Okay. And we definitely don't want that.
We shouldn't, no.
No.
There's a lovely economics/accounting professor. The fellow started off as an accountant and ended up as an economist, lecturing in the UK. And people that deeply understand economics must understand accounting, because it's the rules of the game that is being played, right? And his take on kind of where we're at is that we've allowed one particular measure of economic prosperity, which is corporate profit, to outweigh all the others, to the extent that the others are being harmed. And I think we can all see that, from social inequality to climate change to microplastic poisoning to all of the things that are harming the common good, right?
Mm-hmm.
They are not well accounted for in our economic system.
Right.
And so if we can get past the shit of people thinking that you can win things with a gun that you can't win with a test tube, we should be able to prosper.
Okay. Okay. I see that. I see that. Given that you're on the ground in Alberta, what was your sense of how the campaign went down?
Well, I just found it interesting, just reflecting more on the comment I made earlier about, you can tell which media streams won. I mean, Bonnie, bless her for running well. She got lots of media attention. She got lots of regular media attention. Almost all of it was glowing, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she is a very honorable and respectable person putting forward what I think is, in the heart of hearts, most people's sort of common sense point of view. But you can't compete against big money and social media. Big money and social media will ride us all down like the pilot in Dr. Strangelove. Right?
Oh,
Like,
that's with a certain vigor.
yeah, it's we have to be very, very, very concerned about the extent to which AI can figure us out better than our mothers do, right? We need to worry that the platforms that we're on are spying on us continuously and trying to predict what it is that we will do, such that they can manipulate it in the directions that they wish to manipulate them. Right? We are in the pinnacle of global propaganda effectiveness, and we will either end up in Animal Farm or 1984, or a new panacea, right? From my own perspective as a person in a free country, I think we need to outlaw AI-enabled social media and allow something that is both more trusted and less able and less open to manipulation, right? We've really let Tokyo Rose into our living room with tea and biscuits, right? We welcome her every morning over coffee.
Okay. Wow. I'd never thought of it in that way, but yeah, I can see that because I remember it was a couple of days ago, uh, August 13th. I'm seeing here on CNN. They had an article. It was by Matt Egan, but with the gentleman from Canada who recently won the Nobel Prize, Jeffrey Hinton. I can't
Mhm.
remember if I think it was I'm not sure if it was physics, not physics. I can't remember which Nobel he won, but he's known as the godfather of AI. And when you were mentioning that, it made me think of that because he said that there's a 10 to 20% chance that AI wipes out humans. And he said that's, um, he expressed doubts about how tech companies are trying to ensure that humans remain dominant over submissive AI systems. And when you were saying, we need to have an AI system, uh, that would treat you better than your mother.
We need to have an AI free and well-regulated public social media system.
Hmm.
If there was one thing that I would advocate for to take back into the public sphere, such that there are rules on it, and I come at this both from the perspective as a consumer and a producer, right?
Okay.
So I produce content by the bucket load, mostly
Right.
for free.
Right.
Um, and I've had the experience in the past of having an account wiped out with no recourse. An account with, I think I had 15,000 followers at that point, trying to build a business on it, right?
Mm.
Um, I've had more recent experiences on X, which is what I mostly use now, um, of being throttled, right? Of you can see certain posts with a particular slant or particular keywords start to rise in the usual way of going explosive. And I've had, posts that have hit millions of views, right? And
Right.
they're headed towards millions of views, and then they just go, right, flatline.
Okay.
Right. So you can tell that the algorithm is manipulating where you are, and it's all opaque to us, right? There's no fairness to it. It's reasonable to expect, based on the outcomes, that it's being done for some semi-malicious purpose, principally of having us fight in the streets for someone's amusement, right?
Mm.
It's sad but true that as great apes go, we are among the most gullible.
Yeah, I love you with all my heart, but sometimes you say things that make me despair for the world. But you're
And that's
right.
good. Then I'm getting through.
But you're
It's a little
right.
Alberta premium cask
Yes,
strength to salute Bonnie and her great
absolutely.
campaign. I I have to say, I would love to organize an organization that would support principled independent candidates in our democracy. People that, had done things and were ready to take on a short-term job of helping their neighbors.
Hmm.
Because that's the thing that I took out of Bonnie's campaign. She was concentrated on her neighbors. She was
Right.
not concentrated on herself. She was concentrated on those around her who were going to put their trust in her to try and make things better. But as usual, people vote in blocks for the reason that they feel it's more powerful. Unfortunately, for Albertans, when you vote in such predictable blocks for decade after decade after decade, you lose all of your power, right?
Yeah.
When the Conservatives were in power in Ottawa, we didn't get shit. In fact, we had some things. I mean, one decision, Kenny cost my family. So Jason Kenny was in charge of this file, and it was called the Energy Income Trust. And it was a way to structure an energy income equity fund with certain tax privileges, right? Designed to improve junior oil companies, which my family was involved in. And cost us, I think it was about 350 grand overnight, right?
Wow.
Like the Conservatives, when they were in power, gave nothing to Alberta because Albertans' votes could be counted on with vault-like regularity. They needed votes from Ontario and Quebec, right? Like when they know that you're Team Blue and all you're going to be is Team Blue, even with Team Blue, you don't have much leverage.
Well, that's the word I was thinking about. If all the seats in your province federally are blue except for one or two, what leverage? And they all know you're going to vote again. What leverage? Well, if you don't do this, what?
Mes amis en Quebec sont beaucoup plus intelligents, right?
Yes.
Quebec voters are much smarter.
Very savvy.
They will vote as a bloc, but they will do so in abrupt ways, and more often than every 5 decades, right?
Look what's happening to the CAQ right now.
Yeah.
They're going from a majority to maybe 0 seats or just 1 seat in the next election.
Ben, c'est intelligent, right? Ben,
Yeah.
Les voteurs, il faut qu'ils vont travailler pour leur vote, là.
Yeah, indeed.
Right? You've got to work for their vote, right? And that's what we need here. We have all these people that demand things and demand things and demand things, but then hire a part-time employee on an indefinite contract. Right?
Yeah.
We're not getting the best help.
And good help is so hard to find.
Oh my God, we've got to be able to do better than some of these yahoos, right? Like we honestly, I am embarrassed as an Albertan about to wet his whistle with some premium Alberta whiskey. That we've got some of these people that are just such obvious nut bars, right? Like there's a difference between being conservative and being a time traveler, right? Like the social order of the 1860s was not that groovy.
Groovy is not a word I would think of for that era. Yes. Okay. That's
Anyway, I do hope Bonnie watches this, and I do want to thank her for demonstrating the sort of civic responsibility that more people should take up. Right? We need our Cincinnatus, who was a Roman general who gave up his title for a number of years to be leader, and then returned to his wheat fields. I mean, that was the legend that formed the basis of Gladiator, right? And she did that, right? She stood up and said, I will serve, right, in this role. I will do it honorably. I will do it for the benefit of my neighbors, not for myself and not for my friends exclusively, which is what we have now, right? And honest to God, we could use a hell of a lot more of that, right? Imagine if we had 20 of those people elected across the country, people who were elected with nothing but principles, no party, no apparatus behind them, no dilution of the idea sphere into 3-word talking points. Imagine the difference that would make in our politics.
Mm-hmm.
Because
sorry, go ahead.
To my mind, that's the crisis that we're facing. Because it's become so much of an essential to boil everything down to 3-word phrases that third graders can read, right? That we end up compressing the field of ideas that we could be considering into something that's just inappropriately simplistic, right? The problems that we face cannot be solved with 3-word phrases. Oftentimes, they need complex mathematics.
Right.
Sometimes they need medical experts.
Right.
Oftentimes, they could really use an engineer or two.
Right.
Right? Like, we can't abide, and I mean that in the dudest sense of the term that I can muster. We cannot abide the dumbing down of our nation for the benefit of social media companies selling political access, right? We need to stop it. We need better media. We need better social media. And we need to take the truth seriously, right? I don't know if we need to go as far as Wales and outlaw politicians from speaking mistruths. But goddamn, wouldn't that be great?
I would,
right? Like,
I wouldn't have much of a show, but man, it would make me happy.
you would, because then you could get past the melodrama of the latest lies and playground antics, right? Because that's what it amounts to in the main.
Right.
Is that a lot of what is political discourse is mostly just reflexive poo flinging, right? Whatever that person said is poo, so I will fling some poo to join their poo.
Right.
You know, they're in poodom. And again, we're not the best of the great apes. Nevertheless, if we could get past that, and I actually have a way, and I was going to announce now the things that as summer draws to a close, we're ready to start getting active. But the first is the Citizens Research Forum,
Right.
wherein, oh, did I lose you?
Nope, I'm right here.
Okay, I may have, is my camera feed still going? This is frozen in my hand. Okay.
Yep, you're all good on our end.
All right, thanks. So we'll be restarting the Citizens Research Forum with weekly check-ins and Zoom calls to get this going across the country. Because the notion is that we need a way to sift out disinformation and misinformation from our consideration, right? And so the way that we plan to do that is what we call the Steelman brief. And so for every position on a piece of public policy, should we coal mine in the eastern slopes of the Rocky Mountains, as an example?
Okay.
One can find arguments and evidence on both sides of that question. And so the purpose of the Citizens Research Forum will be to present in a concise way, but fully, researched, the evidence and arguments on both sides of a question, right? And in doing so, we get out of the social media influenced realm of disinformation and misinformation. we can tell you if a piece of information came from one single source in this chain of misinformation, for example. And my hope is that it provides a useful tool for voters to clue in on important matters of public policy, right? In a way that they can trust, in a way that their neighbors have helped to put together. And so the only difficulty that I have is, here's my pitch.
All right.
Help me do the homework of democracy. Nobody likes homework, except for the very few of us that really liked homework and exams and achievements, right? And so I want to organize those people. I mean, people in general need to realize we don't need you all, right? But I need a gang to help me across many different fields to produce those steelman briefs for our fellow voters such that they can be well and truthfully informed, right? That's my goal out of all of this thing, is to provide something that's useful to all of us in saying, okay, well, this isn't produced by, somebody with an AI. This is produced by my neighbors. And out of that, I hope to grow something that comes from where I started in my professional career, which was as a forecaster for a hydro company. When you're a forecaster for a hydro company, you look out 50 to 100 years, right?
Right.
I would like us to do that in our public discourse, right? I would love for us to have, as part of this citizens research organization, part of it where every couple of years we get together and we look a long ways out at what we may face, right? What will we face in terms of demographics? What might we face in terms of economics? What do we have in terms of resources? All of the sort of geeky things that we argue about in, we argue about constantly, but we never actually organize ourselves to do the math. And so I think the beauty of that would be getting so far beyond the political cycle that we can have honest conversations.
Okay. That thing you mentioned earlier about like an organization maybe to help truly independent candidates. Because I know that you're very active. There's the whole Alberta resistance thing that you're playing a part of as well.
So to be clear, I came in to help them sort of get set up, and I've stepped away from that now.
Okay.
I'll make that clear. Otherwise, Elections Alberta will have many questions for me.
Okay. No, that's good to know. That's good to know. Because sometimes you're with an organization for a season, right?
I was there to help out.
Yeah, exactly. So when you have this idea in your head, sort of inspired by how Bonnie campaigned, what do you think like an organization would look like, and what type of supports could it provide?
Well, it sort of grows out of the idea that if you had a citizens research forum, you have a body of good information on every aspect of government. That would be the goal, is that every program, every regulation, every law is well understood and well communicated to all of our friends, all of our neighbors, right?
Okay.
That leads to the possibility of, say, someone who had an executive career being able to come in and take the information we've collected and become a super competent minister or MLA or MP, right? In the system, right? If we as a group of citizens put the information together to get to sort of the best practices in each area, it opens up the possibility of getting in people who are good at getting things done, smart and capable, want to come in and help their neighbors for, a short period of time, but
Right.
don't want to be constrained by party politics. Because honestly, I think it's party politics that has done the most harm,
Oh, yes.
given these new tools.
Yes.
Right? We've shrunk our idea space, and that's the thing that I noticed because I've been inside of parties, and I've seen them make really bad decisions based on the groupthink within the party. Right? It's the coalitions of ape strength that are brought together to maintain standing inside that cabinet and caucus, that screw everything up and make really bad decisions, right? And so when you've only got a couple of parties warring it out, you tend to get the option of one or two bad decisions, right? You don't get anything that is fully formed. You get those things that you can sum up in 3 words, and they are shit.
Okay. Yep. Yep. Right.
Right?
Yeah. Well, of course, like you said, if you reduce the mind space, if you reduce the imagination, if you make the sandbox in which we're playing intellectually so damn narrow, uh, that just the basic range of human needs or emotions, there's no room for them.
Well, and within
You're
political
gonna get
parties, you
crap.
get people who are very political. And, essentially what is politics? It's the grouping of apes, right? It's the grouping of apes into strategically dominant subgroups.
Right.
That's politics.
Yeah, I can see that.
And the greatest gift that we have is our ability to laugh at ourselves. I wish more of us would take advantage of it.
Right? Especially since pot's legal now. It's just laugh at yourself a little. No, I hear you. I
Right?
hear you. Yeah, you're right. Because that's something I've always looked for. When I'm looking at politicians, does this person have a sense of humor? And most likely, is it self-deprecating?
If take your work seriously, don't take yourself seriously. If you take yourself
Right.
too seriously, it proves that your mind is poorly developed.
Ooh, that's very well stated. I
Sorry,
like
I
that.
spoke so fast there. I'll try and
No,
slow it.
no, no. I like that. I like that. You take your sorry, could you repeat? If you take yourself too seriously, that's a sign that
That your mind is not well developed.
you are making me think. That is, well, yeah, because that's a crutch
You
at
need to
that
be able
point.
to see yourself as others see you, if you can. And it's a
Yeah,
difficult thing. Most of our mind is invisible to us, right?
right,
But that gets us into a whole different kettle of fish,
right.
around things like men's mental health.
Which we're a big proponent here on the show, of course.
Well, and which I'm going to try and do something about on X, by starting a men's mental health good Twitter channel.
Oh, cool. Then we should
So,
join forces because every year we do our men's mental health walk, and so this is a theme for us on the show.
yeah, no, absolutely. It's sort of time to just do as much good as we can, and respectively oppose the forces of darkness with whatever forces necessary to stop them.
Now, speaking of forces of darkness,
Don't talk
given
about
that it,
it that way.
pardon? Don't talk about what?
Okay, so what about Danielle?
Yeah, you knew where I was going, right? Okay. Oh, God, I like that. You know me so well. Given that we might have, well, it's looking pretty likely here that we'll have a Pierre back as leader of the opposition, but based in Alberta, and Danielle doing whatever she does in Alberta. Uh, you're going to have two people with some pretty big egos that have slightly different constituencies to serve, because Danielle is just Alberta, but Pierre has some, she's already premier, but Pierre has some higher aspirations. And
If Alberta doesn't separate, Danielle has no idea how she's going to get on Fox News.
yeah, she's been auditioning hard.
Very hard. In terms of Pierre, he doesn't need to worry about Danielle. He needs to worry about Jason.
Okay.
Right. I mean, that's. He was lucky that he got his 80%, so he'll probably hang on. But I mean, the guy's a walking, talking lame duck, right?
Right.
He's a self-made minority. he's he's a loser elite,
Right.
as opposed to a Laurentian elite.
Is that Pierre or Jason?
Pierre.
Okay.
Oh,
'cause I
sorry.
see them both of
Actually,
them as
no, I
losers.
understand. I
Yes.
understand your confusion. That's a very, very good point, because both of them are essentially from Ontario.
Right.
So why in the hell they're out here driving blue pickup trucks, I have no good goddamn idea. Show me you can fix a John Deere tractor, and I'll be, more impressed with your rural credentials, right?
Mm. So I can see how Jason is a bigger threat for Pierre in terms, because Jason really, 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 really wants that job that Pierre has right now. But
Yeah.
I have a feeling that because Danielle really doesn't like being told no, and Pierre, if he wants to be Prime Minister of Canada, he can't be all in on that Alberta sovereignty thing, because he has to get the votes of people, well, in Ontario and Prince Edward Island and whatnot, who are really not down with that whole separation thing. But Danielle doesn't need to care about that, so she could cut him at will if he's not full in support, or giving her full-throated support.
I'll be honest, my friend. I am more concerned with that cadre, with that UCP, Rob Anderson, Alberta Freedom Group gang doing something behind everyone's backs with the US than I am a separation referendum passing in Alberta. Thomas Lukaszik's what do you call it? Petition. Thank you. Don't you hate? So here's the problem: when you can't remember something, if you try and remember it forcefully, it just gets stuck.
Yeah.
Thomas Lukaszik's petition, his position on the petition, in competition with the petition of the separation magicians, is going to be, it's going to get its numbers. Good goddamn, it's going to get its numbers. I mean, I'll do my best to push it. Everyone I know will push it. We should be able to, I think he'll collect 1 million signatures, right, for the petition to have a referendum on that question.
Right.
And because the UCP and Danielle and their reactionary Republican poor reading skills don't read their own damn legislation. If this one gets in, it obviates the other one for 5 years.
Right.
So all of this, does the other petition that they so much want to get in meet the standard of being constitutional, is irrelevant if Thomas's campaign meets its goals, and then people reject Alberta leaving Canada in the referendum that would result from it, or the legislature itself can take up that decision. And so it wouldn't necessarily have to go to a referendum. They could just accept it. but those are their choices. And I'm sure they hate both of them because, honest to God, I do believe that these people are treasonous secessionists who have been sweet talked into believing that they will do very well as the 51st state or the third protectorate or whatever Alberta ends up being.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay.
I think we would end up more like Puerto Rico than Pennsylvania. But, such is life. And having said that, there are people now online talking about arming up to be ready for it. So, yay, isn't that great? We really need to do something about social media, and we really need to do something about it now. It's the CB radio of Satan.
If there was one thing we could do right away, what would be the first thing?
I would create a national social media site available to all citizens with their identity verified to conduct social media activities and online commercial activities with rights and responsibilities attendant therein. Now, you could still be anonymous. People could hide behind a username and a fake photo, but you can't be a bot.
Gotcha. All right.
Because AI mimics stupid people really, really well.
Right? Yeah, I was just having that conversation with a friend the other day, stating, it's learning from us, which means it learns from the best of us and the worst of us.
Learns from the most popular.
Yeah.
One of those is cat turd 2.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's a ridiculous way to get information. It's becoming more ridiculous all the time, and it's becoming more bent all the time. It's becoming more of a Fight Club chant than the national news.
Right. Okay. Before we let you go for the evening, now that we have, it looks like we're going to have Pierre coming back to the House of Commons, and because you're an economist, you see what Mark Carney is doing. You see what the United States is doing. A lot of these things, like Mark Carney's trying to reorient the economy at the same time as Donald Trump is trying to create a new economic order.
I need a drink.
I'm sorry, I'm driving you to drink.
No, it's not you. It's volatility.
Yeah. I am looking at what the United States is doing, and I'm seeing them essentially repeatedly punching themselves in, I usually say on the show, in the dick, but we'll say in the face. I'm looking at stuff happening, and I'm seeing all the criteria for a lengthy period of stagflation potentially coming. I see some potential hope in the sense that because Donald Trump fired the director of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and he's musing aloud about putting someone in at the Fed that would give him interest rate cuts to make him happy rather than what the economy needs, that those are two particular things that are really about fucking with very, 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 very rich people's money, and maybe they won't like that, and there will be some forces that way that might rein them in. But let's say Donald Trump keeps on doing what he's doing and he is unfettered at this for the next foreseeable future. Mark Carney's trying to do what he does, And I've noticed, at least in the last 2 weeks particular, because I never thought Pierre was on board, but the last 2, he was trying to pretend he was on it for a while. The last 2 weeks, he seems to be acting as a billboard for the United States in particular, saying, "Hey, if you need someone from the inside, like this, to punch down on the guy and help, like this, like, I'm your guy." Now, I don't know if he's doing this wittingly or unwittingly, because I don't know if he was just so desperate thinking that he might not get the number he needed to win and just started throwing red meat, or whether or not there is some type of agreement that he's going to be their guy on the inside. Where do you see this type of dynamic playing? Because I kind of see a future in which Pierre is going to try to make statements on the economy, and he's going to repeatedly get pantsed by Mike Carney because Pierre has no idea what he's talking about with regard to the economy. But I'm also seeing, like you mentioned, social media and all those terrible messages can dominate. And y- I can I can see the whole "it's not enough, it's not good enough, it's not fast enough, you suck," like this, and then everybody getting pulled along that vein, and then, like this, we might lose the person that is trying to reorient the economy seemingly so far, in our better interest vis-a-vis the United States. I'm sort of like, say, with Pierre back, what do you see that dynamic, you know, 2, 3, 6 months down the road?
I don't think there's a goddamn thing that Mark Carney or any other Canadian can do to stop what's coming.
Mm.
Somewhere in the dynamic of kinetic diplomacy in Europe, someone is going to be very, very disappointed. And one of those someone still has nuclear weapons and dreams of imperial ambition, and plans that have been put in place for a long time to make the world shit for his enemies, which include us. I don't think any of us are ready for what's about to come. I have that sense of dread. I think what we need to do to be helpful is get ready, right? I think we as citizens could do a lot to organize ourselves for emergencies and to prepare for some worsts that we haven't seen in a generation, right? I really am fearful that people who can command armies are in positions to send them.
Mm.
And
Alright.
not starting with a US invasion here. That would take at least 5 years of propaganda. But it would not hurt us to be as well prepared as the Finns to meet our neighbors' kinetic embrace.
Okay. Since you've mentioned it, what are the Finns doing that we're not?
Every Finnish man and woman is part of their civil defense service.
Okay.
So they're all well trained and well armed. Yeah,
Okay.
that it would be an interesting thing. If I was going to propose one thing off the cuff tonight, it would be for the Canadian Armed Forces to start a home defense brigade, which is at a lower level than a reserve, member, but trained and armed in defending the homeland.
All right.
We need to think about things my parents thought about. So my father was a bomber in World War II. It shattered that generation. Most of the institutions that are now being disassembled by baby boomers are the result of them having been through a horror that they never wish to see repeated. And I'm sure they weep at our madness. And it's too bad. But, at the end of the day, we need to kind of prepare for some very bad times. And it's easiest if we do that together.
All right.
So,
is there
what they
any
call
optimism
economics,
you
right?
can leave us
Economics
with
is
on
dismal
something?
Science. So it's nothing compared to politics, man.
Oh my God. That got dark.
Sorry.
But no, you're right. You're yes. I mean, being well prepared is necessary. And I think let's put it this way. I consider myself an optimist, and I am filled with a similar sense of dread. I don't talk about it as often because I keep on hoping that if I um, act more as a motivating force, that we can do this, we can stand up, we can resist, we can do things differently. That maybe we can something on the other somebody trips up on the other side, something terrible that gives us an opening for that to take hold, because I don't feel that we have the luxury of despair.
In the
So I
long
would
run,
rather,
no,
but
and you're absolutely right. And there is never a good time to panic.
right,
But in the long run, the world needs more Canada. The world needs to find a more cooperative approach and a more helpful approach to each other, such that we don't create such obvious inequities and disparities and unfairness, because it makes us all suffer, right? The only people
right,
who benefit are the people at the very top who suck up all of the money, right? The five guys
right,
with all the fucking money. And for the rest of us, it castigates the large percentage of us into an inescapable despair, right? To my mind, that's the worst part of the crooked timber of humanity that leads us to these Dickensian sort of situations, is that when you think of the unrealized potential of all the people who are left destitute and uneducated and impoverished and sickened by pure capitalism, by pure winner take all. It's sickening to think of how much more advanced we could be as a society and as a species if we didn't, beat up on smart people and count everything in dollars.
Mm. Mm.
And so with that,
Huh. I adore you. I do. But man, uh, y- sometimes you keep it a little too real. But we have
I,
to. Eyes wide open. No,
you know,
I understand.
bullshit
The,
will kill us all,
right,
right? We
right.
need to look at things with eyes wide open and with our best strength of arm and heart and brain, right?
Yeah,
But together we can each and all of us achieve more. And that's the
right.
thing that I find so ironic, is that if we hadn't had 50 years of people lobbying to make their wealth ever more geometrically impressive, uh, we could have such amazing things, right? Such fantastic schools, such amazing hospitals, such
Right,
advanced technology that would benefit us all.
right.
But for the greed and the power of money to bend society to those greedful needs, we're fucked.
And that's an economist saying so, damn fam. He would know. My good friend.
Anyway,
Thank you so very
cheers.
much for taking the time, for making the time. I always enjoy your company. Like, there was a Kit that mentioned it. I think it was Kit Saucy, saying it in the chat. She loves it when you come on because she always learns a thing or two, and so do I. And you make me think.
Not
You make me think
everyone in
in good
Alberta
ways,
is
but you make me think.
unreasonable.
Pardon?
Not everyone in Alberta is unreasonable.
Right.
Just most of us. Get her done. Anyway, always good to see you, Douglas.
Great to see you. And when you have more of that stuff on that initiative that you're working on, please do come back because I'd like to know more about that. That sounds very exciting.
Well, and I would very much like to involve you and your network of friends in this effort to create an organization that, roots out misinformation and disinformation.
I'm in.
All
That's
right.
what I'm all about. So, okay.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Okay, man.
Mwah.
Adios.
Bye. Damn fam. Whoops. I've clicked the wrong button. Now, there we go. There's the magic. Mr. Dave Gray, who I believe says that if your net worth is less than $25 million, you and him should be friends. Or something of the sort. So I definitely qualify. All right, kids and cubs, let's take a look at the results. I know that some of the kits here have been mentioning it in the live chat as we go along, but let's go back to the Elections Canada table because there have been some changes since we last looked, and I will put it up on the screen for all of us to see. And there we go. Let's see if that does it. There we go. Oh, that's good. You can see me in the corner and we can still give the results. So here, Elections Canada, we still have Pierre in the lead with 80.7, so slightly less than Damien Currick got, but not in a statistically significant manner at this moment. We have Bonnie Critchley ahead here with now 9.4%, so getting close to the double digits. And someone in the chat did mention that there was something on 338 that did show independent running at about 10 or 11%. I did see that too once, and that's what I was looking for when I was looking for the graph, but I didn't see it today. I don't know where that went. So maybe there was another graph somewhere on the site and I just missed it, but I did not see it on the numbers I was looking at the moment. The Liberal candidate, Darcy Spady, in third place with 4.1%. The New Democratic Party candidate, Catherine Swampy, now in fourth place with 2.1%. The United Party of Candidate, Grant Abraham, with 1.9%. Pretty strong showing for him, I have to say. Again, considering how to the right he is, but it seems that the United Party of Canada, whatever that's a newer entity that I know of, is that's more than I thought a party like that would pick up because the PPC, which has been around for a while, only has a 0.3%. So that's a bit of a difference here. So for Ashley McDonald, the Green Party is 0.2%. Jeff Willerton of the Christian Heritage Party, also 0.2%. Michael Harris, the Libertarian candidate, 0.2%. Sarah Spanier there. So moving up in the rankings here, has 29 votes total with 0.1%. The Marijuana Party candidate, Kenneth Kirk, 0.1%. And then everybody else is at 0%, even though some of them do have some votes. So I'm guessing that it's less than 0.05%. So they're at it shows 0. But there's a centrist party candidate called Ahmed Hassan, who was not at least at the first candidate forum that we mentioned. That we got to see and we covered on our show. There were 2 more after he might have been there, but was not at the first. But still picking up 11 votes for someone who wasn't at the table there. Must have had a bit more of a persuasive door-to-door campaign. And I'm looking at all the other independent candidates Other than those ones, there are some of them that have got as high as 9 that would probably be on the longest ballot committee and or from the longest ballot committee, but still a significant number of them that have 0 votes. That's with, and these are numbers are with 55.94% of polls reporting at the moment. So we have more than half of the polls reporting, and voter turnout at 27.41, which surprises me. It seems to be a little low. I thought it would be higher, to be totally honest. Now, again, it's a by election, and a lot of people thought that the result was. Um, it was a foregone conclusion, and usually if somebody expects that a by-election will be a foregone conclusion, voter turnout does usually is lower, but considering that there's the leader of a federal party who aspires to be prime minister and in the last election did miss that by all that much. um, I would have suspected that voter turnout would have been more enthusiastic. So when I'm looking at these numbers at the moment, we'll see what when the full numbers are in. But when I'm looking at these numbers for the moment, if I'm watching Pierre get 80.7% of only 28% of registered electors. Um, while this is broad support for the number of people that showed up, it's not broad support throughout the riding, and a lot of people didn't feel motivated to come out to support him. I mean, this is indicating 85,736 registered electors, not including the electors who register on elections day, out of a population of 110,212. And at the moment, with more than half the polls reporting, fewer than 19,500 have come out in support for Pierre. So it's a big number of those who came to vote, but like I said, with numbers like these, um, yeah, I'm wondering if voter turnout will even, yeah, voter turnout might hit 50%. I don't know. I don't know. I'm wondering if voter turnout will even come in at 50% here. And we are, like I said, talking about a leader of a federal party. Um, that number surprises me as being a little lower than I would have expected, uh, given the big name on the list, the big draw. Let's go to some of the kids' comments here that I'm seeing here. Um, all right, let's see what we got here. Oh, okay. Yep, just taking a look here, seeing what we have here. Kit Saucy going, hearing this conversation while holding my 2-month-old is slightly disconcerting, but it's not something I haven't been thinking about for a couple of years. You know what? That's the thing too for me, Saucy. It's it's something I don't like to think about, and when I do, I am destabilized and I am thrown. Um, but as Dave said, if I am being brutally honest and I'm doing the eyes wide open and I'm being realist, um, there's reasons to be concerned. I think I've mentioned it often on the show. It's like I'm not, after having fought so hard for, as a rainbow person, the right to be to live a fully authentic life 24/7, to be able to get married, to walk on the street and hold my partner's hand, to not have that part of me, something that comes out Friday and Saturday night, and when I go out to a bar where only we go, and every other moment of the day stuffing that down. I am, after putting all those years into the struggle and getting to enjoy some of the benefits, I don't want, when I get to the age of going into a senior home, I don't want to have to go back into the closet at that point. And, if I'm being completely and totally honest, I do see that as a distinct possibility for the future, that the freedom that I have to just be myself might be one that doesn't last throughout the rest of my life. So yeah, these conversations can send a bit of a chill down your spine and make you tense up, if you take the time to legitimately consider the darkest. I don't want to say like the darkest possibility of all, but the darkest possibility that one can reasonably see coming without that much of a stretch. Mr. Grizzly keeps on saying, The Handmaid's Tale is not a instruction manual, and I keep on thinking of that interview with Margaret Atwood, where she said, "You have to understand that the Handmaid's Tale, everything that's in there is things that have already happened." Listen, I've just put them all together to create this type of world. So these are things that we already have done to each other as humans. And some of them not that long ago, relatively speaking. So, yeah, I can understand that sense, that sense of, especially if you're holding your newborn, and you're thinking, everybody wants the brightest future possible for their children, and seeing these dark clouds on the horizon, it gives people pause. It makes people worry, right? And I'm not a parent, but I've heard it say often that being a parent is worry. You worry about everything. And yeah, the potential bleakness of the future ahead if we are not able to get organized in sufficient numbers forcefully enough. It's frightening. It's frightening, and it is dark. It is dark. We have Kit Trevor, who has joined us. We didn't get to say hello earlier, but yay. I can't believe I actually caught this live for change. Usually I watch the restreams. Welcome to the Beaver Lodge, Kit Trevor. So nice to see you. Glad you're here. And I've seen a couple of other new names since we did the Magic Mirror Romper Room thing come in. So it's nice to see you coming in over the course of the evening and over the course of the show. And thank you so much for doing that. Your presence here is absolutely appreciated here. Got Kit Saucy again saying here, Einstein said, "I know not what World War III will be fought with, but World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones." Yeah, indeed. Kit playing with 3D, who has joined us since the show started. I'm more a realist. I'm sitting here waiting for everyone to say, "We tried everything. Your turn." Yeah, I can see that too. Brains here. I think everybody here is in that similar vibe after that discussion with Dave here. I've been hoping my fears were exaggerated, but maybe coming to the realization that you were spot on, and then wondering which is worse, that your fears were spot on and not exaggerated, or that if those were not exaggerated, what could be worse? Eee. Certain thoughts I don't even want to think of. That's one of them there. Kit Linda, I'm here. We're complicit in allowing those rich people to take control by admiring them. Yes, indeed. Good point there. Kit Airworks 07, new name for me here. Welcome to the Beaver Lodge. Is that a background picture of Kingston? It sure is. Good eye. Kingston City Hall right there in the background. Good eye. It is indeed. Kit J saying, we all need more Dave in our lives. Yes, we do. Because, even though he keeps it really real, and really real can be really dark, um, great sense of humor, um, gem of a man. And like I said, wants, despite the fact that he sees where things could possibly go and where they might likely go, still doing the work, right? With these initiatives that he's taking on, these things that he wants to organize, and these things that he would like to mobilize and get people together and try to see if we can network and, use all the collective good stuff that we have to try and be some type of countering force, while at the same time keeping it real so that we are prepared. So yeah, well, I would agree with that. We need more Dave in our lives. Get Mr. Jam, hey, saying, sign me up, Dave. I see that. And thank you for joining us. So nice to see you. Thank you. And let's see, what else do we have here in the chat? Okay, you know what? I will keep looking through, sifting through that, and hopefully we will have some more for you. Kits and Cubs, we have another guest. Yeah, they just keep on coming. And we'll have them with us for a little while. And then, we do have that thing from Mr. Grizzly to show you as well. So, Kits and Cubs, if you would, please put your hands up and give a big round of applause for our good friend from the West Coast, Mr. Wolf. Hey there, my friend. How
Hello.
are you?
I'm doing pretty good tonight. How's everyone else doing out there?
Well, like I said, I had a day, but overall doing well. And I'm sure the kids and cubs in the chat will let you know how they're doing. Looking good in red, I have to say.
Thank you. It was
Nice
what I
compliment.
grabbed this morning to put on to go to work. So
Yeah, it's nice and bright and vibrant and perfectly apropos for the evening. How's your mental health today, sir?
mental health's good. A little tired. We were out downtown celebrating a 50th birthday on Saturday, and so there was many beverages, some karaoke, late night. And as we get older, it just takes a little bit longer to recover from that.
I was dancing the other day and I was doing that sort of uh, drop it low thing, and people say, "Oh my God, you can still do that?" It says, "Yeah, it takes me a little more effort and time to get back up, but I can
Yeah.
still drop it. I could drop it as low as I could when I was in my 20s. It just takes a little time to get back up from dropping it low when I was in my 20s."
Got my hand up. Someone, please.
So you said karaoke. What's your go-to?
Well, it was kind of a what did people want to hear, and usually it's like, what's the vibe?
Did somebody yell "free bird"?
No, usually I'm the one doing that. Did little Billy Joel with Piano Man.
Nice.
Uh, Creep by Radiohead.
Oh yes.
Um, I had to get up and do Kid Rock's part for Pitcher.
Oh, poor you.
I've had to do that so many times. When that song first came out, it was like every time I was out there, I'd just get called up with a random female that, okay, you help her with a song.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just had fun, joined in and helping other people out. And
Cool. My two go-tos are Before He Cheats and Fallen, Alicia Keys.
nice.
Those are my two ones. Fallen. I always worry about doing a slower song at karaoke, but people really love Fallen for some reason.
That's a great song.
Oh yeah, it is.
I remember first year that they did Canadian Idol. We were in the Ford Center for Performing Arts, as it was called back then in Vancouver, and um, using the like lobby atrium areas acoustics and just having fun with that song.
Nice, nice. Okay, I need to ask, how much have you been following this, and what have been your overall impressions so far? Well, so far, we're at
Um,
the end of it. What were your overall impressions?
the show tonight or
No,
the
no, no.
by-election?
I know you think the show is fabulous. Well, I'm stuffing words in your mouth, but on that one. But no, if it's not, let me know. But the whole by-election situation.
um, as much as I mean, I've been willing to. I mean, every chance that I get to not listen to Polyev's voice is a good decision.
You have a lot of people in the chat that would agree with you on that.
Yeah. And I mean, how many more verbs can he noun or nouns can he verb? But
Yeah.
following along, I mean, as it was mentioned, how he got Dan Carrick to step aside, he's already got a new job as a lobbyist,
Right.
which was really fast, conveniently.
Yes.
Um, followed obviously your interviews with Sarah and Bonnie. Um, always enjoyed those. And
Thank you.
kind of what the news has covered, seeing, um, you know, kind of the inevitability of Alberta's going to put the conservative rep, even if it was a stick with a blue bandana on it, back in the office, which we saw tonight.
Right.
I think a stick with a blue bandana would have been a better choice, but
Would be hard to be worse.
yeah. So kind of seeing it, loving that there's been more discussion about it. A lot of people voicing from more conservative points of view, disappointment in Polyev, challenges for the leadership race in the new year. So hopefully this is just a delay and it's giving them time to pack up Stornoway.
Oh, if only from your lips to whoever's ears. All of the DDs. All
Yeah.
of them. Just
We'll get
I'm
full
agnostic at this
polyaesthetic here.
point. All of them. I hear you. I hear you. Have you in seeing what has been transpiring, because um, you're in British Columbia, and there's this big push from Daniel Smith provincially, but also from Pierre federally with regard to pipelines. He came out with his Canada Sovereignty Act. I wonder where he got the idea for that title for a law. Alberta Sovereignty Act, Saskatchewan Sovereignty Act. And he's, basically saying there, like 2 more oil pipelines and another LNG pipeline, and that's all that we'll need, and, the economy will be great again. But you're in British Columbia, and Premier Eby is not necessarily down with that, but he seems to be playing it more now in the sense, well, there's no point in talking about it because there's no proponent, without necessarily saying no.
I mean,
What vibe are you getting there?
we just had was it a Kitimat LNG facility start shipping out to China. Really, with our coast, I don't know if any of the politicians from Alberta have actually been along the coast and seen what boating routes are like. You're not moving those massive containers through there in any safe way, shape, or form.
Right.
I think there's been some push on some stuff that I followed that people would rather have refineries and actually have, we're currently for like our gasoline, we have a single refinery in Metro Vancouver.
Right.
Most of our gas actually gets shipped down to Washington State and then back up. And so anytime that there's refinery issues or maintenance done in the States, that wreaks havoc on our gas prices. So people thinking if we have more refining capability in BC, that we'd actually have more control over the gas prices for what we use.
Okay. Okay. I can see that. Um, because there's this somewhat tension between Alberta and British Columbia, but there's a whole section of British Columbia, more the part of the interior that's more solidly conservative. Um, how is have you gotten a sense of how this by-election has been being received where you are?
For the most part, people have just shrugged it off. There's
Okay.
not a big thing. Oh my God, this is going to change everything. And the fact that it's summer, Parliament's not sitting right now. There's just not a lot of political news on the Canadian side of the border that doesn't have to deal with American stuff. So it's kind of, that's their problem.
Okay. Okay, I can see that. All right. Um, watching the manner in which the candidates campaigned, taking not talking about Pierre for the moment, but the other ones, were you
The ones that actually campaigned.
the ones that actually? Good point. The ones that actually campaign. Is there anybody or anything, policy proposal or a candidate or an approach to campaigning that really captured your imagination or your interest?
Well, I mean, Bonnie, getting out there over, what was it, over 20,000 kilometers campaigned in a couple months is incredible. Similar style to Bruce Vanjoy,
Right.
getting out there, talking to people, especially in ridings where it's a lot of single family homes, you can still walk up and knock on a door. Not something that you can do in a larger city where it's a bunch of apartments and you need someone to let you in
Right.
to be able to get in there. So in those ridings, yeah, door to door, just listening to people and going to say, I want to represent you. How do you feel about things? And really getting that feedback from people goes a long way. I think more so now than it used to, because a lot of people feel they aren't being heard.
Okay. Okay. Now, you yourself have run in an election before,
Yes, I
municipally.
have.
Um, did you run more than once?
No, I had run for city council, and then the following year, the local NDP had asked me to put my name forward for the federal party, but they ended up choosing a different candidate that had also put their name forward.
Okay. Did you have a nomination race there, or
Yeah.
did they just choose someone?
No, we had a nomination race, and
Okay.
so campaigning just amongst the NDP supporters in the riding, and I gave them some hard truths that they didn't really want to hear, and I think that really helped seal my fate on getting the nomination or not.
Okay. Um, so having had an experience as a candidate, how do you think Bonnie and Sarah and even like the other ones, if you got a little sense from them, even if they're not necessarily on your side of the spectrum, like Michael Harris, the Libertarian candidate, or Mr. Abraham, uh, did you see them doing well? Were there any mistakes that you saw, or was how did you think that they did, considering for a lot of them it might have been their first time?
One of the things, it's kind of a most candidates will fall into it in the all candidates meetings.
Right.
is getting worked up at all. I mean, Bonnie admitted she was riled up at the beginning and kind of settled in after that. I found the best response is knowing what you're running on. And at a federal level, I mean, that's a lot more different aspects that you got to make sure you're quite well versed on than at a civic level. But knowing your policy approach inside and out allows you to answer almost any question without sounding like a robot or that you're just going back to your policy. I know campaign managers want candidates that can, just break it down. Here's my 30-second answer. Here's my 90-second answer. Here's my, 5-minute answer on something. And it's going to be verbatim every time so that everyone always hears the same thing. But I found you're not talking to the same people all those different times. Those questions that they have are different.
Right.
How they understand how it's affecting them is going to be different. So understanding the ins and outs of what you're running on and being able to talk to people at different levels of complexity of the different issues really makes a difference.
Okay. I asked Sarah, but I'll ask you because I never had a chance to ask you that actually. When you campaigned, what was the most eye-opening thing that you had sort of picked up that you didn't see coming?
Uh, the blatant racism and sexism against my running mates.
Okay.
I managed to get into a few online disagreements with people in their defense.
Okay.
And the lack of knowledge, really, of a lot of voters. That, running for city council, and I had people coming up asking me what my policy on, our right to freedom was, or freedom of religion. And I'm like, well, that's a federal constitutional thing. It gives you the freedom to follow your religion. It also allows me to not follow any religion. It's my roundabout way of informing them that I'm an atheist and I don't really care about the religious side of it.
Okay. Okay.
But like not knowing, they'll ask someone for city council, what are you going to do about healthcare? Or like, well, that's a provincial thing. That's in another 6 months. You should probably ask them.
Right. Right. I can see that. Politics wise, given that it looks like Pierre is going to take this, what do you see coming next?
Unfortunately, a lot of slogans.
Mm.
That's every time they say, "Oh, he's changed his tone of how he's acting," and it doesn't happen. Like that's a leopard that those spots are laser etched onto him.
Right.
That it's just going to be obstruction, trying to make everyone seem like this horrible person. Whether it's Carney, whether it's any of the provincial premiers, whether it's cabinet ministers, he's just going to go attack, because that's all he's known how to do for 30 years. Because he started that before actually getting elected.
Yeah. You're right. I'm going to take a pause for a little second because there's a slight little development that I want to bring about, even though, in the numbers. But we now have Bonnie Critchley officially at double digits here, according to
Nice.
the latest number. So we have Pierre officially under 80, getting a little further. 79.6. Bonnie Critchley with 25,139 votes. Independent Bonnie Critchley, 3,170 votes at 10% on the nose. Liberal Darcy Spady at 4.6% with 1,459. The New Democratic Party candidate, Catherine Swampy, with 2.3% of the vote at 712. Again, Grant Abraham, 1.8% of the vote, 559 for the United Party of Canada. That's a number that surprises me, but like I said, he was going. He went after Pierre really hard during that forum as well. So that must be the section of the conservative vote that feels that Pierre is not an authentic one or not conservative enough. Jonathan Bridges of the People Party, 0.3 with 91 votes. Ashley McDonald of the Green Party, 76 votes with 0.2%. Michael Harris, the Libertarian candidate, 0.2% with 62 votes. Christian Heritage Party candidate, Jeff Willerton, 54 votes with 0.2%. And then we get down to the two candidates that have 0.1% again, Marijuana Party, Kenneth Kirk, and the Independent Sarah Spanier. And then all the other candidates, 13 votes or fewer, with the centrist Ahmad Hassan topping that list. And then seeing if there's a few more of these longest ballot candidates have at least one vote, but we still have a certain number where there are zero. I would probably guess that all the ones with one vote are people that actually live in the riding and voted for themselves, and the ones that are zero are people that didn't live in the riding and therefore had nobody to vote for them, would be my guess here. But an actual 10%, so that's good. We're now at 80.07% of polls reporting, and voter turnout at the moment at 37.3%. So yeah, we're probably not going to hit the 50 there at all, which again goes back to my other thing, the thing I was mentioning earlier. If we've got 85,736 registered electors in there, and even though it was seeming that it was going to be a foregone conclusion, only 25,000 came out for Pierre. Again, 79.9% of all those who came out is impressive. I'm not sure that 25,603 is impressive. It seems to me that if I had a leadership review coming, I would want that high number in terms of the percentage, but I also would have wanted to show that I can mobilize,
Bring people out.
yeah, exactly. And while I'm seeing the first number impressive, I'm not seeing the second number, and I'm not sure if the Conservative Party is thinking in those terms at the present moment or not, if they'll just look at the top line number and go with it. But I would be more concerned about the second number than the top one at this moment.
Yeah. Getting people out is like the main thing. You're running to, lead a party and possibly lead a country. You need to motivate people to support you.
Yeah. This doesn't seem... Here, I'm going to ask you this way. Because since the election, right, the election was like 43-41 for all intents and purposes. Pierre Poilievre spent several weeks bragging about getting the shiniest silver medal in Canadian political history. And then, said, I want a do-over because I'm just this close. So maybe if I keep on doing the same thing I've always been doing, just a little harder and a little louder, or maybe with more exclamation marks and all caps this time, that will be enough. And then soon after the election, Canadians the bottom sort of fell out of the Conservative Party in terms of either voter support and leader approval, and the spread between Mark Carney and Pierre Poilievre in terms of who their preferred candidate for prime minister would be. If I'm looking at these numbers, I know that by-elections draw fewer people out, but given that the number is this low and Pierre's we're looking at the next election. Can Pierre get people to turn out? Because they turned out the first time, just not enough. He drove a lot of votes towards himself, but he also drove a lot of vote towards the Liberal Party. If he's not getting as high a turnout as we would have expected in this particular case, and that spread continues, uh, what kind of prospects do you see from him between now and January? Because he's going to get the seat, but he's still not going to be going back and either representing Battle-River Crowfoot or running, which you can't do. Mr. Grizzly would be mad if I said not running for prime minister, because he still has to run to keep um, his job. So right now it's like the campaign was all red meat for that particular district, which is very separatist and very conservative. But now he's going to have to campaign to win his party first and not campaign for all of Canada yet. So it's still going to be a lot more of this red meat. Maybe a little less because he has to appeal to conservatives from coast to coast to coast this time around in terms of membership delegation. But I'm looking at a situation that, like, we're in August now. January is a certain amount away, which gives him a lot of time to show whether or not he's going to change, whether or not there will actually be yet another makeover, yet another tone that probably will not stick or something. But he's going to have to start doing things now in relation to Mark Carney, but to ensure that he gets the conservative membership vote to give him a glowing leadership review. So what do you see in terms of tactics or strategies? Is it just more of the same from Pierre at this point, or is there a different angle that's coming?
I think someone's going to be polishing the china, having a lot of big donor fundraiser dinners, because the party's going to look at, okay, in this last quarter before the review, what kind of fundraising are you going to drive?
Mm.
What are you bringing in $2 million in a quarter? And yeah, you know what? We're going to let you go again because we like having that huge war chest. Or is that going to dry up on him? And then, like, well, you're having troubles driving out a by-election where you are the spotlight candidate and you can't bring in money, then you're going to be the one polishing the china for someone else.
That is very well put. Because yeah, I think you might have a point there. It's going to be his ability to fundraise and to drive those dollars is going to matter, because yeah, I can see that the numbers and the polling is one thing, but if the fundraising does start to dry up, that's a whole other thing. Now, if we're talking about the conservatives again, they keep on fundraising and have more money than God. I do not know how they particularly do that, how they can raise so much more than everybody else.
They've been using like algorithms for decades now of figuring out where they can squeeze every dollar from, and have become masters of it.
All right. So in because see, so I'm looking at even like if the fundraising dropped 10%, let's say, because it would be significant, but they'd still be head and shoulders and miles ahead of all the rest in fundraising, even with the 10% drop. But I guess my question, are conservatives so into the money that a 10% drop or a 5% drop would be enough to start getting people talking, even though it's still an impressive lead over everyone else? Or
I
does
think
it really
so.
have to be a big drop, like 20,
Uh,
30, 40?
I think even 5-10%, because dealing with a couple $1,000,000, well, there's a couple $100,000. But it'll also come down to, where is the money being donated? Is it going straight to the federal party? Is it going to the different ridings?
Mm.
So if you've got your different MPs across the country, and their fundraising's not dropping, but Straight to the Party and Poilievre's does drop that 10%. There's one of those triggers of you're having struggles that no one else in the party is having. And so there's a lot of different angles that they're going to have to look at how much he's turned into an anchor.
Okay, I could see that. Taking the fundraising issue aside, if come January, even let's say he takes this with 79, 78%, and everybody decides that's enough, if that spread in terms of preferred prime minister, job approval, that kind of stuff stays as wide as it is now, and we're still seeing, liberals 42, conservatives 35, or something like that, and sort of like the generic ballot, is he gone?
I don't know. I mean, it's been 4 different leaders since Harper.
Mm-hmm.
Do they go, okay, next one, let's try this, but who are they going to bring up? They haven't really got much of a stable of up and coming conservative leaders that could step into that leadership role. You're either staying the course or you're stepping backwards and bringing Kenny back on full time, or like there's not really anyone else right now to replace him. That I think if they keep him on, it'll have to be a major swing for them to get rid of him, I think. Then if they keep him on, it's up to the party to start grooming and working with some of the younger candidates to see who can come up and take that throne from them.
Okay.
Because they just do not have the depth to start throwing extra names around and expect to go toe-to-toe with the Liberals on anything.
Mm-hmm. And it's interesting that you mentioned that, because all the names that everybody seems to be mentioning are people that are not currently in the party. They're thinking of maybe a Doug Ford, maybe a Jason Kenney, maybe a Tim Houston will want to make a jump, but there's nobody from the actual benches. Like, nobody's talking about Melissa Lantsman. Nobody's actually talking about Dan Albus. Nobody's talking about Chris Warkentin. Nobody's talking about that guy Michael Barrett. Like, they're not even in the conversation as a. Now, I know that part of that is because the party is remaining tight and creating the impression, or at least nothing is leaking out, suggesting that there's some grumbling within the party in terms of wanting to replace him, even though we saw some grumbling with regard to Jenny Byrne and all that type of stuff. But yes, all the names seem to be coming from external to the Conservative Party of Canada at the moment as a potential challenger.
I was just saying, Julian, Saucy was mentioning there of Ben Mulrooney coming in as an outsider.
That could be another one, yeah. Because he's certainly with what he's done with that podcast thing, he's certainly jumped all in. He's completely changed his personality.
Oh, I know. I remember when he was hosting Canadian Idol, and
and
I was chirping him from walking into the auditions, and but I don't think he's got really the real backbone to sit there and carry the party. He can sit there from a podcast, same safe place. He's in control of it all, but as soon as he's up against an experienced politician, I don't see him not just dancing around backtracking everything because he thought he could get away with saying something.
Okay. All right.
But at the same time, I mean, who knows? Maybe the Conservatives go, hey, it's the son of a prime minister. We should run him, and
work for the Liberals.
Everyone will totally be on board with that because we've never talked down about any children of politicians running.
I'm going to have a little drink now. Oh, if only this cup were filled with tea.
We would have spilled it there.
Oh, that's, yeah, that was perfectly bitchy. I like that. It was, damn you with faint praise. Smooth, smooth. I like that. Pierre seems to have been flipped the switch and gone all in on anti-Carney the way he was doing anti-Trudeau for a little bit there. I mean, he voted for C5 and was sort of like being a little more temperate. But now he's just seems to have gone completely all in again. Are you seeing him just basically adopting the same playbook as the last time? Or do you see any particular tweaks? Because I can see him being like, everything is terrible and everything that's terrible in the world is Carney's fault and Carney is worse than Trudeau. I can see that. I don't know if I'm going to see at this moment the type of obstruction we had in the last session where nothing was getting through. But then again, we're seeing this interesting move, like from Pierre at the moment, like with regard to the Air Canada strike, all of a sudden pretending he's on the side of the workers, which really struck me as odd because the Conservative Party Canada is always the party that calls for back to work legislation before the strike has even happened. So
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm getting a message from 2011, 2012.
right?
Air Canada, Canada Post, rail workers, they all have something to say.
Yeah, but that's the reality that we know back there. But then again, the party signed the anti-scab legislation, which still surprises me, and I can't wrap my head around, other than wanting to have in that last election, no, we are the workers' party, but they tried that, it didn't work because they didn't win. But I'm guessing maybe he thought
I'll
it
take the
worked
legislature.
enough. You what?
I'll take the win of getting them to sign that.
Well, yes.
And then lose an election. That's wonderful.
Yeah, absolutely. But this sort of pretending at the moment, oh yes, like in one way I can see all politicians, even conservatives, saying, that flight attendants should definitely be paid for all the hours, because I mean, who spends more time on a plane than a politician? I mean,
Well,
they kind of see the work. I mean, if anybody would know how hard a flight attendant actually works,
it'd be
it would be a
Polyev.
politician. Well, yeah, considering how much of our money he spent on travel over the last 3 years.
Yeah.
Jeez. But they're not known to be like, I'm thrown away in a way by this decision on their part. And then on the other hand, the cynic in me absolutely sees it, because they're wanting to portray themselves as the worker party to try and squeeze out the liberals somehow. And there's nothing for them to lose by doing this, given that Mark Carney went first on this move of the ordering back to work, which the Air Canada pilots are defying. And I think that's absolutely brilliant.
And I love the fact that, like, all the other unions had emergency meetings and said, no, standing in solidarity. Like, if they try to force this too much, like, are we looking at a general strike? As you want to start legislating people back to work, we'll shut the country down.
Mm-hmm. Because this one's different. We're talking about people now.
Yeah.
Right. We're not talking about people that are getting paid every hour they're working, and then they just want bigger pay for all their hours work. We're talking about people who are working because we're not getting paid for a certain amount of work, who just went through a very lengthy period given COVID, and then the difficulty that the airline industry had getting back to full capacity after COVID, and all, like, so many more extra hours on the ground.
And
During this
somehow
period.
so many more extra crazies on the planes.
That too. That too.
think right now the Conservatives are doing the little dance because of the move that Carney did, getting Minister Hadi to implement Section 107 there. Today it came out that on an interview that the Air Canada CEO said that they were expecting that the government would just step in anyways, so they
Yes.
weren't necessarily negotiating in good faith.
Right.
So since they're bringing a mediator in, I think giving the mediator the instructions of, okay, since the employer was not negotiating in good faith and that's why you're here, we're taking 2 steps of what the employees want, and that's non-negotiable now.
Mm.
And you say, this is now the new starting point, is they are getting this. You can find middle ground from conceding that to where you are. And that would go a long way for the Liberals to turn around and go, yeah, we really messed up. We shouldn't have said, you're going right back to work. We apologize, and we're making sure that the employer is going to be punished for not negotiating in good faith.
Yeah. That's one of the things. Yeah, I'm with you there, because it's one of the things that we've been mentioning on the show for the longest time. If the employer knows for sure that the government's going to intervene, then what motivation, what incentive is there for the employer to actually reach a deal at the table?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so you make it that if they don't negotiate in good faith, well, you, by not doing that, you forced they go to arbitration, to a mediator, however it's going to be decided. You lose a certain percentage of that difference that you couldn't overcome as a penalty. And the same thing, if a union turns around and says, we're not negotiating because we have complete control and we're not going to respond to anything but the maximum that we want, you can turn around and apply that same standard back the other way.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. So Pierre wins. Parliament's not coming back until sometime after the second half of September. So there's still about a month to go. What do you think he does in this next month, getting ready for Parliament to resume?
He is going to get a dictionary and a thesaurus.
Not when I'm taking a sip, man.
He needs new nouns.
But he must need new verbs too. I'm sorry.
Well, I didn't want to do that because that might make them adverbs. Little punny there.
Verbs that are ads. No, sorry.
But I bet he's going to be just building up a whole bunch of ads material.
Okay, if you had to take a guess, like this, and you can't use axe the tax, build the homes, whatever the 4 that are there. What's the next verb, the noun?
Next verb, the noun. I mean, as we've already established, I will talk on and on to get my point across. Reducing things down to a verb, the noun is he might just steal back the blue. Talking about the Conservative Party colors, though.
Oh, okay.
Come back the blue again.
Gotcha. I'm thinking sign the deal.
Yeah. I mean, there's the whole thump for Trump.
I think that one they only say in the internal meetings.
I mean, if he's going to go that, he might just put in for Putin.
Oh. Putin.
Big fan of Oban.
Oh my god, that's terrible. um, what Pierre's back? What would be your advice for both the Liberals and the NDP?
NDP, as that's more of where I personally and politically need to be as vocal as seven people can be. And
you're just throwing this. You're just dishing out the
they
shade
need
there.
to be the Magnificent Seven and be for the workers, for not just workers. They need to really bring it into like class politics back.
Okay.
That, yeah, because rich people, some of them are workers too.
Right.
Some of them are leeches, but if they can bring back the class politics, that will help them start their rebuild.
Okay.
The Liberals need to back off on. Personally, I hope that they need to back off on their campaign left, run right strategy that they've had for ever,
Okay.
and move back to a more centrist government. That they need to factor in workers and regular people as well as the business side of things. Then, if they could work together, I would love to see proper like rail infrastructure in our country.
Right.
Uh, you get more returns on your socialized spending than you do on supporting private enterprises.
Okay.
So if we need to nationalize VIA, we need to nationalize Air Canada. We need to look at doing that kind of stuff to really maximize what we're getting for our money.
Right.
Would love to see them start doing that, and as fast as possible.
Okay.
Because right now they have potentially 4 years for the Liberals before the next election.
Right.
They need to implement policies that are going to benefit the majority of people as fast as possible, so that the majority of people actually experience the benefits of them. Not like the dental program, the step towards pharmacare, the start of the housing accelerator funds, that all happened closer to an election being called than one that just finished. So the programs are great, but no one really got to experience them before they were voting again.
Right.
If you look at a conservative government, they go in and start swinging hammers at everything as soon as they get the keys. So there's no reason why we can't turn around and just start building everything as fast as possible to benefit people as fast as possible at the same speed that they tear things down.
Okay. Okay. I could see that. I could see that. All right, my friend. Thank you so much for joining us.
Always a pleasure.
It's always a joy to see you. It's always good time to get tired. Let's try that again because I tripped over my tongue. It's always good to get to share some screen time with you, especially because you're on the West Coast and we don't have lots of opportunities to see each other. So
I know. I'm always following along afterwards on the podcast.
I know, but I'm always glad that you always. It just warms my heart that you always answer the call. It makes me feel really. Well, it makes me feel special. So thank you very much.
Love to be included in the Dan fam.
Yes, and keep on sharing that Kits and Cubs. By the way, if you watch the show, like this, and you follow our socials, you know that we have that hashtag Kids Who Cook. I guess that I start like this because, one, I love food and I love to cook food. I love to eat food, all of it, and also, we like to do a couple things on the show every now and then that show that, we're more well-rounded than just politics. This guy here is the person that participates the most in the Kits Who Cook stuff. So again, I keep on reminding you, kids and cubs, if you're cooking something or if you happen to be out and you're eating something really great, take a couple of pictures, kids who cook, kids who eat, like this, and put it out there. And it's totally selfish. One, yes, it is to like so that we'll show that we're well-rounded and all that kind of stuff. But the other thing is that sometimes I'm just out of ideas, so you guys help me by showing me what you're eating or what you're cooking. And then, oh yeah, maybe I should make that.
Yeah. I mean, you don't have to go to the extremes that I do on some of my stuff.
Yeah, you are a gourmet and you make a lot of things from scratch.
Yeah. The lasagna was amazing.
So lasagna is nature's perfect food.
Yeah. Yeah, it's up there.
I'm very much like Garfield.
I've also got so last week I made homemade kimchi.
You make homemade kimchi?
Yeah.
See, we have people of many talents, so far more talented than I am. I'll tell you that.
For the Friday of the long weekend, a large group of friends. This year we have 12 stops where we've got a bunch of trailers.
Okay.
And we call it our world tour or tour de ranch. That each group picks a country, and you make an appetizer and a drink to serve everyone in the group. So we've got like 45 people this year.
Wow.
So my group is doing Korea.
Okay.
I was joking that I was actually not going to serve anything and just have a bunch of wood to be chopped, and inform people it was actually North Korea.
Oh.
But instead, I did the test batch of the kimchi so I can make stuff that isn't quite as fermented in, I guess, 2 weeks when I serve it. We're going to make beef bulgogi, some rice, and a soju cocktail.
Okay.
But like last year we did Jamaica, so I made homemade jerk chicken. These fried little fritters called Festival, which are like a sweet, crunchy hush puppy to counteract the spicy fried chicken. Okay. And then the year before was Japan with chicken karaage from scratch. And
I don't know. I don't even know what that is.
Chicken karaage is it's a fried chicken, Japanese style fried chicken.
Okay, perfect. Well,
which I guess now I've made Japanese fried chicken, Korean fried chicken, Taiwanese fried chicken.
Jeez. Like I said, you are very talented, and every time I see the pictures, my mouth just instantly starts to water. You inspire me to aim higher in the kitchen. Let's put it that way.
And if you have any questions, I'm always here.
Oh, absolutely. I know that. Yeah, you're a great resources. You're a great resource. All right, my friend. My best to all of your family.
Thank you very much.
And thank you so much for joining us. It's always a joy to have you.
You bet. You take care.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Kids and Cubs, Mr. Wolf joining us to have a little chat, sharing his perspective. Great guy. Absolute great guy. Gem of a guy. Sorry, Kids and Cubs. There was a little mistake that I put up there. Somebody had asked the question about to Damien Kirk what he won with originally, and last time, and I put 83.2 the first time I typed it up, and I don't know how I made that mistake because it was 82.84. But I corrected that there, and so now you have it. Kids and Cubs, let's take a look at where the results stand at the moment, if you will. All right, let's give that a little clicker. We are now with, actually, I'll give this a little refresh. We're now at 90.91 of the polls reporting, 260 out of 286. Voter turnout's getting a little better. 40,325 of the 85,736 registered electors, or 47.3. So we might actually get to the 50 after all. There must have been some polls that had a much higher turnout than the others that have come in later. And it is shown in the numbers here. We got Pierre Poilievre with 32,326 votes and 80.2% of the votes cast in the riding. And you know what? I'm actually going to go and see Damien's results from last time, because there are percentages, but it depends on turnout, and I'm wondering what the number was. So in that one, the turnout was 76.49% in his election. So we got 53,684 votes. So Pierre is not going to come anywhere close to that in terms of the overall number, even though the percentage is decent. But yes, if we are looking at this here, we might be looking at a situation where, how would I put it? What's the word I'm looking for? It's escaped me. In terms of the turnout, I'm not that familiar with by-elections. I'm not sure that from 76 to 0.49% turnout to 50% turnout in a by-election is actually that bad, because there were some recent provincial by-elections that I saw turnouts at 48% and something like that. So maybe I'm very sad and to say that my knowledge of by-elections is not strong enough to be able to tell you with any degree of certainty whether or not um, that would be at the end of the day as low a turnout as it was looking to be earlier on when I was making the comment, when all is said and done. So he actually might be okay on that front. Now that I'm seeing that numbers, I wasn't expecting the number to jump that high with the little bit of voter turnout that was left. So yeah, there must have been some districts that had a much higher. I mean, in the district, sorry, some polls that must have had a higher, much higher than average up until that moment turnout coming in for the numbers to change that way. But we are seeing Bonnie Critchley at 10% again. So in the double digits. Don't know if she will finish there. Now we're at 91.26% of the vote coming in. I have to say that the vote is coming in at a fairly reasonable pace, considering that there was a lot of talk that um, the count might take longer because of the write-in ballots, but that seems to be going relatively smoothly. And overall, from Elections Canada, I think that was a good decision, because the last thing you want to do is have the volunteers there up until 3:30, 4:30 in the morning, like happened in the federal election. That's just they already work hard enough as it is, and that's just asking people, uh, you know, for something that's completely unreasonable. So yeah, all right. Looking at this, you know what, the overall percentage is going to be high enough. It's not going to be a big enough spread from Currick to cause some tongue wagging. And for a by-election, yeah, I'm if it hits 50%, that might be good enough. The only question would be, is it good enough for a leader of a party with such high name recognition? But that might be good enough that those types of questions um, may not be as salient, and it might have to do what happens next for Pierre and the leadership review and all that kind of stuff might have more to do, as Mr. Wolf was saying, with ability to fundraise and how long that gap between him and Carney persists, and the gap between the Liberals and the Conservatives as parties persist. And yeah, and net favorability as well. Not only the spread on preferred PM, but the spread on net favorability. If Pierre keeps on appearing like he's a drag on his party as the leadership vote comes to pass. But at the moment, unfortunately, for those of us who are not big fans of Pierre Poilievre, it's kind of looking like these numbers will be good enough um, that there wouldn't be some rumblings 2 or 3 days after it, and some people trying to shove knives between his shoulder blades, political knives, I should say, right between his shoulder blades. Don't want anybody to get the impression that I'm talking about people putting actual knives, this metaphorical political knives between his shoulder blades. So the call might not be coming from inside the house as much as we would have liked had he picked up something lower. I'm slightly surprised. Wasn't particularly convinced that there was a chance. How would I put it? I guess I was hoping that there could be some type of statistical chance that he could lose, but that might have been hope realistically. Yes, probably not. But I am surprised at the 80%, um, considering how little he actually campaigned for himself, the level of disrespect he showed the residents of Battle-River Crowfoot, particularly at the candidate forums, but in all other places. And his lack of ability to really be able to speak of the region in any substantive or eloquent fashion. Um, but I'm guessing that a lot of the thinking might have just been having the leader of a federal party, who might be prime minister one day, was the way that they wanted to go, and that they uh, they assumed that the benefit of that might come eventually, even though it is likely that he will not actually be much of a representative for the riding itself because his other ambitions do reside elsewhere. But yeah, probably not any of us, the news that we wanted to see, even those of us who went into this accepting that he would probably win. Well, we were probably still hoping for different types of margins, but that's not what we got tonight. So we'll see what happens from this point on, and we'll see if Mark Carney's gamble of allowing the by-election to happen as quickly as possible in no games, it was the right one. I'm assuming that Mark Carney is thinking, I think as somebody else had said, one of our guests, that he really wants Pierre in. Oh no, maybe that was not a guest. Maybe that was the conversations that I had with some of my contacts. Yeah, I get some cups. I have contacts now. Ooh, amazing. That's kind of cool. Um, yeah, I think that was a conversation I had with one of my contacts pre-show with regard to that. So, um, yeah, uh, I am surprised. I would have expected something in the low 70s, even potentially just slightly under 70, given how lackluster his campaign was. But I'm guessing that that was not a factor in this particular case. It wasn't. In this case, it was not the person who ran the best campaign who won, but perhaps, as Dave Gray said, the person who had the best performance on the algorithm. in this particular case to have that level of success. So, yep, that's campaigning in 2025. Right, we're just going to have to learn to deal with that and cope. That's the reality at the moment. Kits and cubs, I did promise it to you, so I should bring it to you, and therefore I will. I think it is time, kits and cubs, if you will give me your permission for it, to bring a little bit of a Grizzly Growl to you. So, kits and cubs, even though he can't see you, please put your paws up and give a big round of applause for Mr. Grizzly. Anytime now, computer. Come on, computer, don't hate me now. Okay, let's try and reload this. Maybe it'll work this time. When in doubt, reload.
Well, hello, and how you doing? I'm in the Grizzly Lodge, as you can see by the beautiful mountain backdrop behind me. Fireplace is fireplacing. See it there? Yeah, it's not real. It's green screen, folks. It's artificial. Kind of like the Conservative candidate running for Battle-River Crowfoot, sorry, not Battle River, not Black River. Black River's a place nearby here in the nation's capital. But yeah, my background is about authentic as Pierre Poilievre is. It's not. It's artificial. It's not real. And neither is he. Because he doesn't give a damn about the constituency, the people who live there. This is a means to an end for him. This is his manner in which he seeks his seat once again in Parliament and then continues to get his daily sound bites in the House of Commons when it reconvenes in September. That is, of course, if he is victorious this evening. And even though we suspect that may be the case, it's entirely plausible. It's not a guarantee. And I certainly hope that he gets his butt handed to him. Whether it's Sarah or Bonnie, or one of the other candidates for that matter, I hope he learns a lesson from this. Even if he was to lose badly, I doubt he'd learn a damn thing. Because let's face it, he's a narcissist, and as far as he's concerned, he's right, you're wrong, he knows better than you. Show me the page, combien? We've all heard his shtick. Time and time and time and time again. His three-word slogans that are meaningless and do nothing. I was watching the show from earlier today, and Katie Simpson asked the same question 4 times and never got an answer to it. This is who the Conservative Party is today. They are not progressive. They are not your grandparents' conservatives. They're not even your parents' conservatives. They're not progressive. They have nothing to do with the Conservative Party. It's just the Conservative Party in name only. They are the Reform Party under a different hat. And he will run and rule as a reformer. He will not do anything to help anybody who actually needs it. You don't believe me? All you have to do is look at his voting record. Every single program ever tabled that would help Canadians who are both marginalized, poor, working poor, unemployed, you name it. Somebody who needs a hand up. He's voted against all of those programs. He voted against feeding school children. This is not a good man. I've said it before and I'll say it again. He's a narcissist. He does not want to govern. He wants to rule over you. So no matter the outcome tonight, and it's quite plausible that he could win, I'm hoping he gets his butt handed to him. I mean, he did in April. History could repeat itself. According to the Beaverton, it has, and Bruce Fanjoy beat him again. I don't know if you've seen the article or not. Perhaps Mr. Grizzly will share it with you. Or Mr. Beaver, I'm sorry, I'm Mr. Grizzly. Perhaps Mr. Beaver will share it with you later this evening. Me, I'm going to be in bed shortly, so I won't be around late enough to see the results of the election. I'll have to wait until the morning. I do get up at 4 a.m., though, so I will know bright and early what the results are. My fingers are crossed for Bonnie, but I also wish Sarah good luck as well. And you know what? Every other legitimate candidate, I wish you the best. I legitimately do. Because I know that all of the other legitimate candidates, not the write-in longest ballot folks, but the actual legitimate candidates, are there because they care. We all heard about what Pierre Poilievre did when he was in Camrose. I almost said Canmore, different place, other side of the province. When he was in Camrose for the forum, he showed up an hour late, didn't go in through the back door like he was supposed to. He came in through the front door with his group of cheerleaders, none of which could vote because they don't live in the riding. He can't even vote because he doesn't live in the riding. He does not care about you. He never has. He cares about power and money, how to get it and how to keep it. He will rule over you. Don't let him do it. All I can say is good luck. You take care. This has been your Grizzly Growl. I'll see you soon.
And there you have it, kits and cubs, the Grizzly Growl. Probably should have opened with that one now that I think about it. A little anticlimactic after we know the results. But there you go. That's what our dear Mr. Grizzly had to say. And hopefully you're happy that we brought you some Grizzly content, because I know that you all love him very much. He is doing well, loving the new job and all that kind of stuff. But we have to find some more innovative ways to do things, unfortunately, kits and cubs, because, well, we still got to eat. Speaking of that article that he mentioned from the Beaverton, I believe if you hadn't seen Twitter yet, this is what it looked like, kits and cubs. I will present this to you right here. It looked like this. Bruce Fanjoy wins Battle-River Crowfoot by-election. And you see the pictures of Bruce and picture of Pierre. And actually, what was really funny was Bruce Fanjoy's reaction to it, actually, because he did see it, and he got a bit of a chuckle out of it. So he actually said this here when he saw it. Even I would have thought this wasn't possible. And I responded to him, says, "You're just that good, Bruce. You're just that good." The Beaverton article by Griffin Schwartz reads, Bruce Fanjoy wins Battle-River Crowfoot by-election. Now, of course, kits and cubs, for those who are just popping in, this is satire and parody. I have to say it because, don't want to be accused of spreading false information. Camrose, Alberta. In yet another shocking electoral upset, Conservative leader and former Member of Parliament Pierre Poilievre has somehow been defeated once again in today's by-election by Liberal MP Bruce Fanjoy. Fanjoy's latest unprecedented defeat over the heavily favored Poilievre took place this time in the Battle-River Crowfoot by-election, mere months after Fanjoy unseated Poilievre in his longtime riding of Carleton in the federal election. As a sitting member of parliament, Fanjoy would typically have been ineligible to run as a candidate in another riding, but Commissioner of Canada Elections Caroline G. Simard decided to make an exception because, quote, of how funny it would be if Fanjoy beat Poilievre for a seat in parliament twice in 4 months. Now, you get some Cubs, you know that that's something I would do because Penny's my favorite color. in the weeks leading up to the by-election, Poilievre's Conservative campaign filed a federal court challenge to the decision, largely on the grounds that Fanjoy running for a second seat, quote, is fully illegal and insane. However, Chief Justice Paul S. Crampton sided with Commissioner Simard after polling indicated that the collective voters in Battle-River Crowfoot, quoted, wanted him to lose this badly. Poilievre was reportedly despondent as Fanjoy's victory was announced and could be heard asking staffers, quote, this was supposed to be a sorry, let me do that. This was supposed to be a show-in. I wore a damn cowboy hat. I even went to the stampede while people were getting stabbed. Was that not enough for you yokels? Outside a Drumheller polling station, voters seemed united in their opinion that no, this simply was not enough. Pierre is a cosmopolitan elite who thought we'd send him to Parliament just because there was the word conservative next to his name, explained Darlene Brigsby, 55. And normally we would have overlooked that. I love the Beaverton. But Bruce really put in the work, knocking on every door in the riding while Pierre was riding around in a literal Rolls Royce. The guy just wanted it more. Commentators attributed Fanjoy's victory to his ability to connect with voters in the riding, along with his particularly effective, quote, it's cool if you have measles ad campaign. Quote, it is the honor of my life to have an opportunity to beat Pierre Poilievre in yet another riding, explained a jubilant Fanjoy as he answered constituent emails from his Carleton riding. Today, the voters spoke and they said they will not stand for divisive politics, at least not from a guy who looks like he will corner you at a party to talk about crypto. God, the shade. At press time, Poilievre was considering becoming an American citizen to run for Congress in Alabama's 4th Congressional District, the most solidly Republican seat in the House of Representatives, leading Fanjoy to immediately declare his intentions to marry an American citizen and run for the same seat. Oh, oh man, that's a good. That's one of the better ones I read from the Beaverton in a long time. Oh my, that was funny. I like that. Ah, okay. And the other thing that happened today, Kits and Cubs, that you might want to look at. Let me just do that. I had to make the screen bigger to show the screen caps. But when you do that on Twitter, the side menu where it says Home Explore notifications, stuff like that, gets smaller and smaller, and eventually you still see some entries, but the bookmarks disappear. They just disappear. All right. This one here, if you have not seen it, and I am going to have to let's see if I can get this one alone. Oh, there we go. That might be big enough on its own. All right. This one here, I didn't catch it at first. I actually had to have somebody point it out a bit because I missed it. My usually eagle eye missed it. But Peggy says, read the caption. So this is a tweet from Sisu Van Alberta. When you make a Freudian slip on election day and the conservative FB comments don't even notice, I'm going to guess FB is Facebook, and laughing. Shout out to Kelly Wolfer TCSC for spotting this, quote, hashtag Battle-River Crowfoot, hashtag by-election. So it's a picture of I'm not sure if it's Pierre itself or this is kind of looks like Pierre, but not. But let's say it's Pierre here. Election day, Battle-River Crowfoot, Monday, August 18, 2025, 8:30 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. local time. Conservative says find your voting location at the link below. And now we get to the captions. And kits and cubs, if you are watching live, I will give you a couple of seconds to read this caption on your own and see if you spot the thing that would provoke Peggy Blair to say, read the caption and get Sisu van Alberta to actually laugh their head off. Does anybody see it yet? Just waiting to see if something pops up in the chat. And see, now I don't have to worry about dead air because this one's not going to be made a podcast. So it's just for the YouTube. So I can wait. Anybody see it? Okay. I will read it as written or as intended. Polls are open. Battle-River Crowfoot, we can make history. Vote for Pierre Poilievre MP to keep fighting for us and all of Canada. That's what they wanted to say. Vote for Pierre Poilievre to keep fighting for us and all of Canada. What they wrote. Polls are open. Battle-River Crowfoot, we can make history. Vote for Pierre Poilievre MP to keep fighting us and all of Canada. Kid Trevor spotted it. Oh my god. Oh, I was on the back. I was I was at this Starbucks uh, right after I got off the bus. When I saw it, and I laughed so loud that everybody at the restaurant turned and looked at me. Oh man, yeah. Oh my god, exactly, Skit Saucy. Your brain always fills in the mistake, right? And the same thing. It's just the sentence got going. Vote for Poilievre. You have to keep fighting for us. My brain filled it in because that's what you would say, and I didn't notice it wasn't. But wow, as a Freudian slip, doesn't that work? Vote for Pierre Poilievre to keep fighting us and all of Canada. Sometimes the truth. Listen, but finally, some truth in advertising from the Conservative Party of Canada. Sarah Fisher. Sarah Fisher. For those who might not be familiar, I am a former comms person. Mistakes happen. Things slip out. But there are times where they really, 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 really should not. On election day is a day where instead of like single or double proofreading, you might want to do 3, 4, or 5. Just oh god, that's so bad. So yeah, the meticulousness and sloppiness and laziness that we keep on talking about when it comes to this party, on display on election day. It's thank God we didn't elect them. I just because that's what we would get. We would get the equivalent of that. Oy. All right, let's take a look again at the election results. I do not know if my chat has stopped because I haven't seen much coming in there. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I'm just going to take a look at the YouTube thing. No, okay, nope. It's just you became less chatty all of a sudden. There you go. I was just wondering if it had frozen. Okay, one last look because we must be getting close to 100% if we were at 93.36 last time. Oh, nope, they're coming in slower. So it must be the things that are a little, we're now getting to the part of the night where uh, that can sometimes happen. The cases that are more difficult, or the polling stations that had some issues, or that are coming in late, that type of stuff. So the count sometimes slows a little bit, but we're at a 95.45%. So I mean, if we're rounding up 95.45, we're at 100 now. So for all intents and purposes, 273 of 286 polls reporting. And I'll actually put the numbers out there for you, kids and cubs, like I did last time, so that you can see them for yourself. And let's see if we can make that a little bigger. There we go. That'll be better. So polls reporting 273 of 286 for 95.5% of the vote. Voter turnout 43,210 of 85,736. And I know that I saw in the chat what was that Damien's number, so we can go look at that right now here on 25th, 2025. So turnout 76.49%, eligible voters 85,234. So I'm thinking there's a drop in eligible voters here from what I can tell. Let's just take a look here. Eligible voters 85,736, 85,237. No, okay. So the eligible voters are the same. Hold on here, kids and cubs. I'm actually going to move you guys over to the screen that I'm looking at right now with the Damien Kirk data instead of the data. So here we go. Now you have it. He got, so in a riding with 85,237 eligible voters, so those are relatively the same. There's only about like 500 difference now, because I mean, it hasn't been that long since. Turnout was 76.49% at that point. So far tonight, turnout is 50.4%. So that is a difference of 26.1% for all intents and purposes here. Damien Kirk got 53,684 votes. So with a lower turnout, Pierre Poliev got, looking here, whoops, I have to scroll up to see that number here, 34,631. So I'd have to, I wouldn't be able to do it live here, but I would have to do a little math, looking at the difference in what the difference in turnout is, what the percentage of that is, and then what the difference in the vote spread, what the percentage would be, and see what those numbers are. And that would give me an indication what that number actually represents compared, because just looking at the numbers, that's one thing, but because the turnout is different, you sort of have to find a way with looking with equal turnout, how do those numbers compare to put the turnout, making an adjustment to make the turnout an even number, so that you can see what that is. If you remember back in the day, fraction, when you're oh god, I can't remember now off the top of my head. But fractions together, when you wanted to be able to compare them, if the denominators were different, you'd have to find a multiplier to to make them equal, and then you could compare the top numbers. I think that's how it works. But that's the type of math I'd have to do. So I can't tell you off the top of my head whether or not that's a better performance relative to turnout for Pierre than it was for Damien. But I trust me, I will be doing the math so that I can tell you. So yeah, I think that's pretty much all we have for this evening, Kits and Cubs, because we're pretty much at 100. And so I think unless you object strenuously, we can call it a night. And because it's going to be a short one, and hopefully I will have material for a show tomorrow. I know that there's a lot going on, but given that I did this and prepared this one, I don't actually have much prepared yet for tomorrow. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. Might be a little bit more of a fly by the seat of the pants show tomorrow, but I think we might be okay. There's definitely more than enough news, particularly what's happened with Russia and then the Air Canada pilot strike, and who knows what else has happened in the world today. It's actually kind of interesting because it's because I was on the bus all the way, and then I did this as soon as I got home. I actually don't know what happened in the world today. I'm going to find out at some point tomorrow when I wake up and uh, check back in with what happened. But I'm actually blissfully ignorant at the moment. So there could be something terrible going on right now, and I just have no clue. Kit Liddell goes, wing it, Douglas. Well, I'm not going to wing it because I'm not that type of guy. But it might be a day where I find there are days where I'm able to collect a lot of stuff and put it together. And then there are certain days or certain topics, because I don't know enough about them, where I tend to look up stuff that I would make that type of more uh, uh, analysis that comes from different parts altogether, and give you that. And just read particularly good or informative articles into the record for you, so that we can learn more. So tomorrow might have a little bit more of that. Let's just put it that way. So I don't necessarily wing it, but there are days where I'm sharing information in entirety that I'm picking up from other sources, and then days where I selectively take stuff and put together and cobble up something that has a little bit more of me in it. Let's put it that way. But either way, you get quality content, because I think if I just winged it on politics, um, when you have to be precise with certain details and names and stuff, I would. It would be very difficult to do it and still come across as even minimally credible. And number two, I respect you guys way too much to do that. You would be able to tell that I was winging it, because it wouldn't be anywhere near my there's a minimum quality I would like to maintain. Let's put it that way. I have enough trouble sometimes getting things to work without having to skip on the quality of the content. Let's just put it that way. Kids and Cubs, thank you for the good time and the laughs and whatnot. I did need it today. Like I said, I had a frustrating day, and again, nothing life altering or whatnot, but uh, uh, I was about to enter a bit more of a negative loop that would be odd for me as someone who's hardwired to be an optimist. So the jokes, the laughs, the company, the compliments that I saw throughout the show. Thank you so much. It's very, very, very kind of you. All of it mean the world to me. And it means that when my head hits the pillow, rather than being angry or upset or whatnot, I am going to be happy and fulfilled, and very tired, but happy and fulfilled, and in good spirits, which I assume bring about sweet dreams and restful sleep. So, given it will be a short night, it will be a restful one. So, I will still be bright eyed and bushy tailed for you. That is my hypothesis. We'll see how it works out tomorrow. All right. one last little look before we go because, well, I'm that type of person. I just can't resist. I gotta know. So we're at 97.9% of polls reporting right now. That's 280 of 286. We're at 51.32% voter turnout now. So yeah, I'm thinking that these later polls are having uh, more respondents, more people that showed up because the voter turnout number is increasing at a rate that's disproportional with the polls reporting. So that has to indicate by deduction that these are polls where a greater number of people turned out than others. Still a lot of people with zero from the longest ballot candidate, a whole heck of people with one. And why not just show it to you once again here. So let's go back down here just so you can see. So 44,000 valid votes cast. All these people with zero. There's 214 people on the ballot, by the way. And then, so this is zero. And then all these people with one. And then we get to the twos. Still a decent amount. Threes, fours, only two with five, three with six, three with seven, one with eight, two with nine, one with 10. So of the longest ballot committee people, from what I can see, Jason Bazell, congratulations. You are the protester who was able to generate the most protest individually. That was ironic. Centrist Ahmad Hassan got 13 votes, and all of these candidates from that point are rating at 0% of vote share. Then we get to the 0.1% of vote share, and nothing of that has changed from what I said before. It still starts with Kenneth Kirk of the Marijuana Party with 38 votes, Sarah Spanier, Independent, with 50 votes, Jeff Willerton, Christian Heritage Party, with 78 votes, Michael Harris, Libertarian, with 85 votes, Ashley McDonald, the Green Party, with 103 votes, Jonathan Bridges of the People's Party with 126 votes, Grant Abraham of the United Party of Canada with 737 votes for 1.7% of the total, NDP, Catherine Swampy, 938 votes for 2.1% of the total. Liberal, Darcy Spady, 1,916 for 4.4% of the total. Independent, Bonnie Critchley, 4,351 for 9.9% of the total. And Pierre Poilievre at the Conservative Party, 35,298 for 80.2% of the total. So unless there's something interesting in the last few 2.1% swing, yeah, Pierre might not even end this under 80%, which means we are never going to hear the end of it. Ugh. Oh well, c'est la vie. All right, kids and cubs, that is the end of this very special episode of well, now we can say the Daily Beaver Morning Show. The Daily Beaver. It's time to go to bed. The Daily Beaver Early Morning Show. We hope that you loved spending this time with us, because we definitely loved spending this time with you. A big thank you to our guests this evening, Sarah Spanier, and with big thanks to Mr. Chris Potter, who did all the media arranging for that to be able to happen this evening. Thank you, sir. A big thank you to my friends Dave Gray and Mr. Wolf, also known as Adam McGillivray, for joining us this evening and making it so that I didn't have to fill all the airtime alone trying to come up with things to say. If they had not had been able to, I had video clips from various types of things that I would have played and done some retrospective on the campaign and come back. But fortunately, we got to talk about some interesting things and get some insights from people with different experiences, and in the case of Mr. Gray, a mind that's much better than mine. So I'm a big fan of people who know stuff and people who are very intelligent. So I like brains. So Mr. Gray, I always pay very close attention when he speaks. So kids and cubs, this was very satisfying, I have to say. Thank you, like I said, to our guests for showing up. Remember, sharing is caring and word of mouth is priceless. So please tell your peeps all about us. We really love it when you do, especially when you share our content and include a little word of yours with it, because you are all influencers in your own circle and that people look up to you and to your opinions. And when you do that, that is advertising that we simply cannot buy. And we are grateful for everything you do. Like I said, every drop in till adds to the pot. And when you do that, it really helps us in the long run. So we are very grateful when you do that for us. Kits and cubs as well. If you would like us to help you, sometimes you are kits on the go, making things happen, doing democracy, doing some good in your community, on top of taking care of your family and all that kind of stuff. And sometimes you just don't have time to watch the whole show, to have a full meal of beaver. So every now and then, you need another way to be able to remain abreast of what's going on in the news. Well, thanks to the Ray Girl, Kits and Cubs, you can do that because not only are we videocast on YouTube, but we are also audiocast. And if you scan that QR code, that will bring you to our Podpage site. That's podpage.com/the true north eager beaver with a hyphen between each one of those words. And when you go there and click on subscribe, when we have something fresh off the bandwidth, we just slide right into your box. It's late night, so I figured I could do that one. No, we come to your favorite podcast feed, and you don't have to go looking for us. We come to you because we like to help. Now, in turn, if you would like to help us, Kits and Cubs, we would very much appreciate that by, for example, if you are not yet subscribed to our YouTube channel, how about taking a trip down there at the urging of Kits Cassie and Kits Elaine and True North Eager Beaver Media Incorporated YouTube page. Go there and click with our buttons, like, share, and subscribe. They're there. They're just waiting for you. Give them a little tickle. It makes us very happy when you do, and it helps us with the algorithm. So thanks. If you would like to help us in yet other ways, Kits and Cubs, yes, this is where we pass the hat. We, of course, incur some costs to bring this show to you. And if you would like to help us, if you happen to have the means and a couple of extra coins jingling around and would like to help us with those, if you thought this show was good, we brought you good guests and brought you some good coverage, and would like to say thank you in a certain way, or say, add a beaver, add a grizzly, you did well, we would definitely be happy to receive an enthusiastic expression of encouragement from you in the form of a tip. And you can send that to our coffee page. That QR code that just appeared will bring you there. That's coffee, ko-fi.com/eagerbeaver, all in one word. And that's where you can find our tip jar. Now, if you're doing the Buy Canadian thing, Kits and Cubs, we want to support that absolutely. And you can do that in that case by sending us an email at truenortheagerbeaver@gmail.com. That's where you can send a bank transfer, and that makes sure that your transaction goes from a Canadian institution to a Canadian institution, so it's all Canadian. There's no US CE Tech Pro that takes a cut from it, so you're not helping Donald Trump because they like to pay tribute, and we get 100% of your donation when that happens. So it's a win-win-win. So if you would like to support us, make sure that we could pay the rent here at the Beaver Dam, truenortheagerbeaver@gmail.com is where you can send that, or via our coffee page, as we mentioned, coffee, ko-fi.com/eagerbeaver. Thank you so very much. We appreciate that. Now, if you are not able to send a donation, Please do not worry, because the gifts of your attention and participation are the ones that matter the most to us. We're just really glad you're here, but we do want to hear from you. So that email address again, truenortheagerbeaver@gmail.com, is where you can write to us. Let us know what you think about the shows, what you like, what you think we can improve upon, what particularly resonates with you. Constructive criticism is good. We're all for it. We also love compliments. We do. Flattery will get you a lot of places as well. Just saying. And if you have some suggestions for guests, or even maybe people who would like to advertise, people who have a little small at-home business, and if you do anything online and can take customers from all over Canada, why not advertise with us? If you have a community event going on and you would like it to be known, we can do that. And, we can find a way to come up with some costs and some budgets. We can do something for every budget, right? So if there's an opportunity, or you know someone, we would definitely like that too, and your recommendations for that, because that would help us a lot. It would help us to grow. So please do send us all of that. It means the world to us. If you want to reach us via our socials, at True Eager at the Blue Sky Beaver Lodge, on the Jitter, True North Eager Beaver on Facebook, which is our original home, and right here on Facebook, if you happen to be listening live with the best damn fam in all podcasting, or on your own time, leave us a little something down there. We do read everything you send us, even though we're not necessarily able to answer everyone, and all the donations and all your suggestions get worked back into the show to try and make it better for you, because this is your show too. And like I said, we want you to stick around. So we want to give you the quality of show and the things that appeal to you and interest you. So there you go, kids and cups. Because democracy is something that you do, well, hey, if you live in Battle-River Crowfoot, take a couple of days off. You earned it. You did the votes. That's the thing. If you ran, pat yourself on the back, take a good rest, be proud of what you did. And once you took a good rest, and maybe some extra time to just treat yourself and do something good for yourself and live life a bit, then think about the next way you're going to get involved. You all did really amazing jobs. And, I can speak to Sarah and Bonnie specifically, because we know them a little more given the time that they were on the show. The campaign was better for having you in it. You are both wonderful people. You captured us. We're big fans of people who stand up and say, if not me, then who? You guys did that. You did it with integrity. You did it with grace. You did it with poise. And we are proud to know you, and we are proud to have had you have some time on our platform. And I know that our audiences appreciated you as well. So thank you for all you have given to the country by throwing your bodies in the game. So good jobs. And for what it's worth, Mr. Grizzly and I are proud of you. And I'm sure I can speak for, if not all, an overwhelming majority of the damn fam. So thank you. For the rest of you, if you happen to be in Alberta, forevercanadian.ca, Mr. Tom Lukasik, he too is doing democracy and he needs your help. And this is a way that you can. Let's try and keep Canada together. So go there, ask to sign the petition, ask to donate, or to register to be a donor, to register to be a canvasser, all of that type of stuff. If you see that there's a Forever Canadian event where you are, go there, line up. They need 294,000 about signatures, and Danielle Smith, she's going to try to find a way to invalidate some. So you got to sign, and numbers too great to manipulate. Dave Gray thinks that they will get 1 million. That would definitely do the job. So, you know, uh, do that. I just said do. Please do that. And let's do what we need in order to ensure that that is a question about keeping Canada together is the one that goes on the ballot and also throws a wrench in their separation plans for 5 years. That would be very, very good. All right. Let's see. Do I have any other democracy? Something that you do? I think that's good for now. Oh, except if you happen to be also, if there's some extra coinage and you have to direct it somewhere, there's the choice here, but there is also a choice. There's lots of Canadians who are definitely going to have a hard time as a result of all these wildfires. So please don't forget the Red Cross's wildfire appeals, redcross.ca. Please go to the website. And I haven't heard of any matching programs for what's going on in Newfoundland and Labrador or New Brunswick yet, or Nova Scotia, that type of stuff. They might be too busy trying to deal with the situation to have started one yet. But I have a feeling that there might be one coming soon with some matching dollars. So keep your eyes and ears peeled for that so that you can maximize your donation. All right. Words of wisdom. Listen, as we always say on these shows, sorry, I think we have a little bit of dry beaver here. There we go. That's a lot better. As we say often on the show, we don't do like other shows, right? When there's an election and we don't get the result that we would have liked. We don't go and yell that it's rigged. We don't say it's unfair. We don't do all of that. We accept the result and we cope. We're not devastated. We're not thrown apart. And you can hear all these things on Twitter. Oh my God, they just can't handle it. Ha ha. Yeah, that's going to happen. We know that. But none of us are crying. None of us are hopping mad. A lot of us, some of us were various degrees of disappointed. But that's it. So the whole faction out there that needs us, wants us, wishes us to be totally besides ourselves. We can't deal. We can't go. We won't be able to wake up in the morning. Oh no, Pierre's coming. Right? Let them. Just let them. Ignore them. Don't respond. Don't waste any of your precious energy. Right? They need you. They're not happy unless they believe that we are just out of sorts and just can't handle ourselves and just can't handle it or cope with the fact that we're going to have to deal with Pierre for a while. Like, okay, we're going to have to deal with Pierre for a while longer. Now we know. But we also know how to do it. Right? So, ignore all of that and just have a merry day. Those are my words of wisdom. It could be a tough world out there, kids and cubs. So please be kind to and gentle with yourself. Now, this is the fun part. And some of you might get to do this for the first time because we're doing this in the evening. At the count of 3, can you please say, and with the most love for Canada that you can have in your voice at the moment, Mr. Beaver, please cue the cock. At the count of 1, 2, 3. Now, that is a bunch of patriotic, Canada-loving kids and cubs. And because my cup is empty, I'm not going to pretend to drink from it. And why would I? When I have this. But since you've asked so nicely, I must oblige. You are listening to a True North Eager Beaver Media Incorporated podcast. The True North Eager Beaver podcasts are proudly brought to you by our founding sponsors, the Misfit Mysteries from Corvid Moon Publishing, your source for science fiction, fantasy, and cozy mysteries featuring a broad diversity of characters. CanadianTarot.com, their uniquely Canadian online eclectic tarot community, and the Peppermaster. Hot pepper sauces made from farm fresh ingredients to thrill your taste buds and expand your mind. We are grateful to the Crier Media Network for its support, Pete Jarvis for our artwork, and Paul Joseph Something for our opening and closing sequence music. You didn't think I would let you go without an Easter egg, did you? Why the hell did I get all fuzzy all of a sudden? Let's fix that. That's not right. There we go. That's much better. Must be because I ducked away from the camera for a second in order to get this. All right, a couple of dad jokes before we leave you because this has been a little serious. What did the fries, cheese, and gravy say to the chef? Why are you putting us together? That might be the most Canadian joke. A fire broke out in a vineyard. While the owner was left with nothing to make his wine, he was grateful. No one got hurt. One last one. The kitchen staff couldn't figure out the source of the buzzing they heard. It was a bee. It wasabi? Yeah, I probably should have said it wasabi. I screwed up the last one. Okay, because I screwed up the last one, you get a bonus one. Why didn't the teddy bear eat anything? Because he was already stuffed. All right, kids and cubs. I love you so much, and I will see you tomorrow. Oh, I hope to be on time. I will set the alarms. I will set double alarms, and I hope I don't sleep through. But I will see you tomorrow. Hopefully, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. And have a good sleep. And thank you for joining us. And like that, magic, I'm gone.